I mean, I do think we have a recording of us talking together, which is pretty sweet. So we can work on that.
Yeah, and it's pretty long now. People are gonna get bored with this shit.
That's why we gotta put it out and call it the Punk Motherfucking Special, or whatever.
This is the introduction to this crew.
You could tell it's punk because we didn't put a lot of thought into it. You know what I mean? We just threw it together real quick. But hey,
I learned 3 chords and put this out.
But you know what? In my mind, that's a lot better than not doing the fucking thing. So, that's why I like punk.
Yeah, sure.
When my mind is not alive, I see you again before me. Every night in my mind, can see your face bye-bye.
I'm hitting record right now. This is the New Low News Show. It's 4/19/2025 right now. Isn't that right, Rice?
All things true.
Yeah, don't question that. It's Bicycle Day, and this is kind of I just wanted to kind of talk about this because I haven't talked about it in full. I have a history of using LSD 25. Rice, have you tried the substance?
No.
Yeah.
I have interest. I've just never. It's never happened.
Right. I mean, it's pretty good stuff as far as I know, and as far as I've experienced, and also. So 419 commemorates Albert Hofmann discovering LSD, which the story is, as far as I know, is that he was researching anti-nausea drugs for pregnancy, and LSD came up in the batch, or the ideas, because it's pretty... As far as things you could trip on, it doesn't cause nausea that much. But yeah, I don't know what they were working on back then, but some crazy hippies think that possibly Albert Hofmann did not discover LSD, but invented it. Maybe he had some idea of tripping, or that tripping was good, and that he discovered this shit and then chose to kind of propagate it, which is kind of an interesting concept. I mean, the only organic precursor to LSD that I know about, or a story about it, is ergot poisoning. So, if you ever heard of the dancing mania in history, have you ever heard of that?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not. I guess people just started dancing and couldn't stop.
That's pretty much it. And there's not much explanation for this occurring. But people thought it was possibly from ergot poisoning. Which is... LSD shares some characteristics with this chemically, because LSD is a completely synthetic compound, unlike mushrooms or that kind of thing. But it kind of came from researching fungus, and so this is kind of interesting. Is when you think about Albert Hofmann, his story is that he ingested this substance accidentally and discovered its trippy effects, and that Bicycle Day is basically referring to the fact that, he was riding his bike just going home or whatever, and then he started to trip balls, you know, and then excuse me. So he started to like write about this and whatever, and so the question is kind of like, I mean, even his story of like accidentally ingesting the shit is like he's like 100% like accurate scientist. Like he knows lab procedures. This motherfucker lived more than 100 years. Like he knows what's going on in the lab. So it's kind of like, how did you accidentally ingest this, Mr. Hoffman? But yeah, what do you think?
Yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking when you said it. I'm like, you don't accidentally ingest something like that. Not that I can figure out how the hell you would do it.
Right.
I feel like he may have known the effects of this, but it's something that I think you would probably have to bring to light under the guise of something else. Like saying, well, I was trying to find a cure for nausea, but I found this instead. It's pretty awesome, huh? Like,
right.
Because you can't just say, hey, I was trying to trip balls, and I did. Here you go.
Yeah, that wouldn't have really flown in, I would imagine, like 1900s or 1910s time, you know? Like, just being like, man, this shit makes you trip fucking nuts. So, yeah, I mean, that's sort of the theory that people have put forward, that, like, he knew more about this than he let on, kind of thing.
Yeah, it seems likely.
For sure. And, regardless, I mean, like, this guy's pretty interesting. I mean, like, he lived pretty long, and he wrote a book called LSD, My Problem Child, which I haven't read, but it's pretty much like a testimony of his own use of it and that kind of thing. And, you know, like, there are some negatives, you know, so, like, I wanted to get into that, too, because, like, I've taken LSD, I mean, probably like hundreds of times if I'm really like thinking about it, because I think my experience was probably around like 2014, 2015. I introduced my now ex-girlfriend to mushrooms, and you know, she loved it, but and she explained why, but you know, she kind of like move things to other drugs as far as like LSD, Molly, that kind of thing. And, you know, I first tried LSD in her company, you know, no regrets or anything. But it was a really crazy experience. I mean, like first time, like what I could say about it is like, I mean, it makes you awake for 12 hours, like regardless of, any fucking thing, you know? And, like, yeah, I mean, it causes you to trip, but in kind of a different kind of way than mushrooms and that kind of thing. You know, it's more like an upper and that kind of thing. But yeah, I guess, like, what I wanted to get into was, like, like my own LSD use, because, like, I think I mentioned it before, just as like a drinking buddy kind of thing. Like if you take acid, you could drink like crazy, which is true. But yeah, like just for Bicycle Day, I wanted to talk about what LSD has been about for me. But yeah, I mean, like, what would you say? Like, I mean, like I think you know about like cannabis and mushrooms. Like, would you say you've had other trips on anything else?
I took ecstasy once, and that was, and honestly, God knows what I actually got. It's one of those things where somebody just goes into a club and is like, hey, does anybody have ecstasy? And comes back out and is like, I got us ecstasy. And you're like, okay, did
Right.
you? I don't. And it was fucking awesome. And it was weird. And yeah, that was a really weird night. I had a lot of fun with that. I just chose not to do it again because I assumed that I would probably just get way into it and do it all the damn time if I did.
Right.
And codeine. One time I took a lot of codeine. And then everything just slowed down.
Right.
And then the rest of my night took forever to happen. I had been given codeine cough syrup for bronchitis the first time I ever got it. I ended up with like a standing pneumonia or walking pneumonia or whatever it's called. So the doc gave me codeine cough syrup and I think antibiotics. But anyway, I was homeless. I didn't have a spoon to take cough syrup with, and I didn't have a watch. And this is before cell phones. So I was just sort of guessing how much I was taking and how often I was taking it. And I realized the next day when most of the bottle was gone, I was like, I was taking way too much of this way too often.
Right.
But I think once I got kind of fucked up on it, I just kept going. You know what I mean? You just...
Yeah. No, I get that. It's kind of like you're in the zone now, so like, why not see what it's all about, kind of thing. For sure.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
Yeah. And I mean, no, that's pretty far out. I mean, for me, like LSD was kind of interesting because it seemed like something I would always do, but like just by like my knowledge of it and whatever. But also like when I was in high school, my friend like had it on hand and he offered it to me, and I just said no. I don't know why. I just feel like if I had done that though at that time, like things would have ended up differently, kind of thing. So,
yeah.
Drugs are weird that way, where it's like, and this is kind of a cool part of your and my story, which is that, you know, like there's a right time to do them that isn't necessarily like when everybody else is like seeing what it's about, kind of thing, you know, because like I never thought I'd drink, and I did eventually drink when I was 20, and I never thought I'd smoke weed, but I did when I was probably similar age. But either way, like, like LSD, mushrooms, I mean, this shit could be introduced at any point in your life. So, like, it's kind of far out to me that some people are just like, I try every drug when I'm fucking 13, and then, but that's kind of a different thing than, I guess, what we're doing, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I grew up in the middle of nowhere. So we all drank, God, like at 13, probably we were drinking because there wasn't anything to do where we lived. We lived out in the sticks, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So we would steal, you know, beer and booze and just go get drunk in the woods or at somebody's, you know, house where nobody, you know, if nobody's home there, you just go get drunk there. But yeah, so I mean, I drank, and then I think around 16 or 17, I quit everything. I just, I went all straight edge and shit, and I didn't drink again until I was probably 30, 31, somewhere around in there. But in the meantime, I did do ecstasy. I did codeine. But yeah, and then so, I don't know, once I started getting back into booze, that was my thing for a long time. And then eventually I smoked the weed, but I was 40 something, I think, by the time I smoked weed for the first time. Just because I don't know, like, I think it was kind of like a weird, like, everybody does it, so I'm not going to do it.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm just trying to, trying to be different or whatever. But, but also, I mean, I saw some serious burnouts when I was younger. So I think I worried about how bad it could affect you. But then I think through time, I saw more examples of people who smoked weed and were totally fine. And it didn't,
Right.
But, you see those burnouts that just smoke too much weed and they're just kind of, I don't know, man. They were really dulled down. It was bad. Yeah. So I mean, like, I eventually smoked weed, loved it, it was awesome. And then mushrooms, also fucking awesome.
Yeah. No, I mean, I kind of know what you're talking about, though, which is like, yeah, you have like various ideas about drugs. Whenever you tell me that you've been straight edge or were straight edge through your 20s, I mean, it's funny because it's like polar opposite to like what most people say, which is like I experimented, fucked around in my teens and 20s, but now I kind of got it together. So yeah, I mean, it's just kind of interesting, and I mean, to me, like like drugs is not such a simple story, but like. I mean, like, okay, so as far as LSD, because I wanted to drop a couple tidbits about this. So, like, if you're doing acid, it's available on blotter paper, mostly, and it's kind of interesting because, like, for one thing, you could have like 20 hits. Like a hit is considered like 100 micrograms of LSD. And so people are having liquid LSD and dropping it out of bottles onto paper, and then drawing a grid of like how many hits these are. And, like I've gotten these like just what they call white on white, which it looks like a white piece of paper with like pencil, like gray pencil drawings on it to denote the hits. And, you cut this shit up yourself and whatever. But, it's funny because, like, when you're doing this drug, you're like, I'm going to cut 1.5 out, I'm going to cut 2 out.
Yeah.
So it becomes that kind of thing. And also, there's not really a lot of control as far as, like, what a drop is or how long somebody held the dropper when they're putting the shit on, you know what I mean? So, like, when you take a hit of LSD, it could be 1 to 3 hits, I would say. Like, depending on how long that motherfucker was like, this is a head of LSD, based on my listening to King Snake Kobe's music or whatever. It doesn't really, there's no really, like, standard thing, So, like, you could take a hit and it's, like, not strong enough. Or you could take a hit and it's, like, too strong. So, like, that's an aspect of LSD. And, like, the other thing is, other drugs can now be put on blotter, I think, like, back in the 60s, let's say, like, if something was on a piece of paper that you could get super high on for 12 hours, it's probably really LSD. But, like, now there's this shit called N-bombs, which is, like, it's like a research chemical. Like, it does have some, like, similar effects of LSD, but it lasts, like, 17 hours. Like, something that doesn't, like, even agree with, like, our waking and sleeping schedule in life. Yeah. And, like, people are taking this. They say it's, if it's bitter, it's a spitter. Which means, like, if you take, like, a blotter piece of paper and it tastes bitter, it's not LSD, because LSD is odorless and flavorless, truly. So, like, anything else, it's like some other research chemical. But I mean, and there's like many imitations to it, and like when people talk about acid, it's kind of like a broader category than like really what LSD is. But like, I mean, also, just to mention, fentanyl, like, everybody knows about the strength of this shit. So, fentanyl could be put on blotter, So, like, you could take blotter and have an opiate experience, which is fucking crazy. I mean, it's nothing to do with LSD, But,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, so let me tell y'all, whoever's listening in the world, about my LSD trips, because, like one thing I learned about LSD is that the tolerance lasts 10 to 14 days. And so, like, logically speaking, you should only trip on LSD every 2 weeks at the most, right? And then, like, you should, I mean, the more you could space it out, the better. So, like, there are people that are like, I take a 3-month trip on LSD, or I take a yearly trip on LSD. And, like, I support all that, But, like, my experience is, like, once I tried the shit, I was like, this is really great. And I just wanted to do it more. And, like, what I ended up doing was taking it weekly, Which is funny because, like, on paper, like, your tolerance should be going down every time you take it. But, like, I would just take it every single Friday night or Saturday morning or whatever it was. And, like, I trip balls. I mean, I don't know, like what other people are experiencing. But, like, yeah, you can take it more often. And, like, I mean, I love this shit. I mean, personally, like LSD, I mean, it can put you in your feels. Like, you could find yourself writing, like, a long letter to your parents or something, but, like, none of that shit's that bad. And then also, like, you could work on shit on it. That's kind of what, like, if you take mushrooms, I mean, like, you might find yourself in the bathroom questioning your self-worth or something like that. Like, you still have a good time, but it's not, like, productive, I guess I could say. You know what I mean? But, like, LSD, like, you could take it and, like, work on shit. So, like, that's pretty provocative to me. And like, kind of why I kept taking it. And, I don't know. I mean, like, honestly, bro, you could say, like 2015-ish to, like, 2019. Like, you could consider King Snake Kobe tripping the entire time on LSD. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, when you take it every week, it just kind of turns into a different thing. And to be honest, like, I haven't taken it in years, But yeah, I mean, it's a really crazy drug. And, like, I guess my point in saying all this is, like take LSD and it will make you a better artist. I think that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, somewhere in the early 90s, somewhere between 92 and 94, I had a couple of roommates that were big fans of LSD, and they took it almost daily, if not daily. But then it would get to a point where they'd be like, I had to do 5 hits to get off on this, so I'm gonna take like a week off or something. They would take breaks from it once it got to the point where but most of the time, like you were talking about, your tolerance, like, if they took one day, then they would have to take 2 the next, and then maybe 3 or 4 the next day. So every day they were having to take more to keep up with the tolerance they were building for it. But then they would just, take time off and come back to it. But I mean, usually a week for them too, they'd be back to it.
Right.
Within that time frame, man, and the thing was, they had jobs, they did stuff.
Right.
Like, I remember once I was hanging out with them, and I didn't even know. And one of them was like, oh, I got to drive my girlfriend home. So we all go get in the car. And he drives her to her house, and then we're headed back to our apartment. And then one of them says, the passenger said, hey, look in the rearview mirror. It looks like the road's falling off behind us, doesn't it? And then the driver looks up and is like, yeah, it does. And then I was like, oh man, they're both fucking tripping. Okay, whatever. But I mean, we made it there and back home fine. It's not, I don't know. I mean, like they functioned pretty well on it, to be honest.
Oh yeah, I mean that's kind of the thing. I guess what I was pointing out with the sort of like the stimulant versus depressant effect. Like, just to be clear to any kids and adults, friends and neighbors listening, like you should not take LSD and operate any kind of motor vehicle. But
oh yeah. I'm not saying that they should. Simply saying that I was in a position where that happened.
yes,
I mean, honestly, I probably wouldn't have gotten in the car had I known. But you know, it comes to pass on the way home that I find out they're both tripping.
right. Okay.
Which
yeah.
I don't know. I feel like I should have known, but
Oh, it's all good. Like I was actually trying to apologize for them a little bit, which is, like I have been too drunk or too fucked up on mushrooms to say like I can't do something, but like LSD, it's like you will be fucked up, but you will still do it. Like you said, like
yeah.
and it's also like I mean it's not like I said I wouldn't recommend it because you are intoxicated, but like it's different than other trippy drugs because you really can function on it. I mean, like whenever I'm going to a like a concert or something like that, and especially if I have to navigate, like getting there via public transportation or having somebody drive me, whatever, like yeah, like I know I can handle whatever. And to be honest, like even if I have to hop in a car and drive, I think I could do it, you know, which is against the law. But like in my opinion, like somebody driving on LSD is not worse than anybody driving drunk. It's probably, you know, like better in a lot of ways. Because it's like, yeah, you may be paranoid, you may be weird, you may be seeing shit that's not real, but like you are awake, you know? So like it is different than driving on fucking, yeah, like booze or Xanax or heroin or some shit. So like, yeah, like, yeah, it's weird because like I said, I can't recommend like doing things while tripping, but like, I trust it more than being like fucked up on downers personally. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not going to slow your reaction time. It's not going to, you know, cause you to pass out and fall asleep at the wheel or whatever. It's you know, I mean, it's kind of like, I don't know. People don't worry about somebody doing a bunch of coke and going for a drive.
Right.
That wouldn't be like, oh man, no, that's crazy. But if you were shooting the H and decided to go for a drive, people might have an issue with that. So, I mean, there's definitely a depressant being a little more dangerous than a stimulant as far as getting in a vehicle. Although you shouldn't, you know, driving vehicles while intoxicated on anything is probably a bad idea. But
right, yeah, we just want to hammer that point home, even though Bicycle Day is describing a person. I mean, it's not a motor vehicle, but operating a vehicle on drugs. Like, that's the whole thing it's celebrating. But, yeah, like, yeah, I mean, take LSD and ride a bike. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, just get out there, live your life. Yeah, that's kind of, just the kind of like, living spirit we want to give anyone listening. You know, or shoot heroin and drive a vehicle, like whatever you gotta do to, you know, like move shit along in your life and just to get something going, you know what I mean? Like just do it.
Whatever leads you to the edge, just follow it.
Yeah. But, yeah, I guess like my basic point with LSD is, do it. You know what's funny though is like, all right, so I don't know if you've heard this idea, but like alcoholism and tobacco nicotine addiction skips a generation pretty much because like you see, your folks doing this shit, and you're like, I don't want any part of that kind of thing, you know?
Yeah.
But then, like, yeah, it's funny because, like, when I was in middle school, or I was probably like 10 or 11. Like we were watching fucking Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Hate to admit it because it could be like a cooler, trippy movie, but this is one everybody knows. But either way, my own father, you know, told me, he was like, if you have the chance to get real LSD, do it. You know, like he just told me that. And it's funny because, like, you know, this dude, I know him to smoke cigarettes, and he's like, never do this shit. Don't touch this shit. But, you know, he's just like, LSD, like, nothing bad came of that. And, you know, that's sort of how I feel in my life, to be honest. It's like, I don't currently purchase LSD. I'm not a current LSD user. But, like, the times I used it were great. And, yeah, like, nothing really that bad happened. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy to say that about any drug. But, yeah, I mean, it's good. It can only improve your music. And, you know, just much like Robitussin and alcohol, you know, just do that shit if you're listening to the New Low News show. So,
Yeah, I may have had run-ins with Tussin as well, come to think of it.
I could talk about that.
Yeah, I have a bad habit sometimes of heavily dosing myself with medicine and then forgetting I did it and heavily dosing myself again. So sometimes I have, you know, run-ins with drugs that I don't think they're intentional, but they happened.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, after it's done and you experience it, you could kind of, like, evaluate the shit, but it's like, why did I do that? Like,
Yeah.
Well, also, you know, like, I remember this, like, when we were living together in North Carolina, I was into the tussin and doing it a lot, and you were just kind of like, why would you do this, or why are you doing this? Which is a great question. And, like, I really didn't have very much of an answer. I was just like, yeah, I just want to do drugs, and it's like drugs I want to do, etc., you know? And so, like, I'm not really proud of that era, but, like, I don't know. It's kind of like you just have to chase the, you know, we're talking about the tobacco dragon, but you just have to chase whatever dragon it is and just kind of see what it's about.
And if I ask you about why you're doing something, it's never a shame thing. It's never a don't do that type of, well, I mean, it might be depending on what you're doing, but
yeah.
I mean, something like that, I'm not, you know, do what you want to do. Just curious, like what the motivation is, you know?
Yes. Yeah. Like have, no, okay. So this is a good way to tie it into the whole bicycle day thing. So like a whole thing with doing any drug, and I think psychedelics, I mean, this is where it came from, but like, or raving culture, whatever, is set and setting, you know, like if you have a good environment and you have a good mind state, you could do any drug. Like if you know what it's about and you're careful and that kind of thing, you know, and like where things get fucked up is when people fuck up the set and setting thing, you know, like you're at a party, you don't know anybody, you know, you're meeting people for the first time, plus your mind state's fucked up because you just broke up. Then you do LSD, yeah, you're fucked. Like, like you have fucked yourself, you know? So like, yeah, it's like being mindful and being like knowing what you're getting into is very important. And like, but yeah, like as far as the over the counter drugs thing that cracks me up is like, there's people that are really doing Benadryl in a recreational way. I guess you could trip on it, you get drilled out. And, you know, like, I read about this shit, and I'm like, it's similar to Robitussin and DXM. So I'm like, I can wrap my mind around it. But, like, I've taken too much Benadryl to see what it's about, and it sucks dick. I mean, that's my opinion. You know, like, like it makes you like want to go to sleep, but like you can't sleep for very long because you have to piss so much. So like every 45 minutes you have to take a piss, so like you can't really sleep. And then like the whatever psychedelic effects are pretty much like the colors in the room are like a little different or muted or whatever. And like music could sound better, you know, people talk like music euphoria with Benadryl, and like maybe I haven't experienced it. But like either way, it's funny because like I delved into this whole other world, and like my experience with Benadryl was just like, this shit is bad. Like, and like I remember like looking in the mirror and just seeing my tongue was like covered in this like film. And I was like, yeah, of course, dude. You're overdosing on over the counter drugs. Like, like your body will be responding to this shit. You know, like, like this is bad. So like, it's funny because like I could never getting into the Benadryl universe, but it's kind of like similar to the Robitussin thing. But like for whatever reason, like I tried drinking Robitussin, I was like, this is a bomb. I don't know, just like. Just for different people, different brains, whatever, it'll hit different. So,
Yeah, I've heard of the Benadryl thing, but that was another one where I couldn't picture myself doing it on purpose. And then, but you know, like I said, I mean, I've done it unknowingly, I guess, but I also feel like it's 100% possible it's a subconscious decision to do it, you know.
yeah.
That I'm not consciously aware of what I'm doing, but subconsciously I'm like, let's get fucked up. Let's see where this goes.
Right. And like I think most people out there listening would be better off doing like I would say mushrooms or LSD versus DXM or Benadryl, but I'm not going to limit you motherfuckers on what you do, you know what I mean? Like, maybe you find out that LSD plus Benadryl is some kind of cool shit. So I don't want to like tell you not to do that, you know, but yeah, just be fucking careful. And you know, like I think if you're in good physical shape, you could try all this shit and like come out on top. So
yeah, gotta have a good starting point.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but I mean, I'm gonna open up to you because like I really just wanted to talk about my own LSD experience or whatever. But like, yeah, I don't know what Bicycle Day might mean to you. I think it's better than 420 though, because like, okay, actually, I did want to tell this story. I think you'll get a kick out of this. Excuse me. So, when I was in high school, there was this group of kids who, like, we weren't enemies or anything, but, like, we didn't like them very much. And they started writing 420 Mafia all over the place. Like, you know, like 4:20 Mafia. So, it was like the clock time plus Mafia. And, like, I just thought 420 Mafia sounded whack as fuck, right? So, like, we started just writing 5 in front of it. So it'd be like, you know, 5 420 Mafia or 50 420 Mafia. And, like, it cracked me up in multiple ways because it's like, you're talking about a time on the clock, so 54 doesn't make any sense. Plus, we're fucking up your whole weed thing. Because, like, I didn't really give a shit about weed at the time. You know, I'm like 16 or something, and I'm like, yeah, if you smoke weed, you're whack or whatever. So we started doing this, and like, what's funny, like I said, like we weren't enemies with these motherfuckers that were writing this shit everywhere, but like we became enemies. They hated this shit. Like the fact that we wrote 5 in front of, and then also they were this is in Towson, Maryland, by the way. It's a suburb of Maryland, Baltimore, Maryland, but yeah, like they were write Towson Dank, and we would just like write Towson Undank on that. So like, we're just like fucking with their tags, and like it really pissed them off, to like, and it's hilarious because it's like there were people that were like understanding both sides of it and whatever. But yeah, I mean, like no like gang wars ever came of it. But yeah, I mean, it just cracked me up because like, yeah, these guys are like, I mean, the whole point was weed because it's like 420 Mafia, Towson Dank. That's all about weed. So we were just like, yeah, fuck weed. Like, even though like some of us may have smoked it, but like anytime like our BMX crew riding bikes came across this shit, we'd just be like, fuck. And like, yeah, I don't know where that was going, but it just like I was just thinking about 420 and Bicycle Day, and like that all cracked me up.
Well, it always makes me think of Hitler's birthday, which was April 20th.
Right, and fuck that guy.
So not down with Hitler, not down with 420. Just
Right. I think also the Columbine massacre happened on 420, so fuck all that shit. And yeah, that's why
just Bicycle Day and smoke weed, but
that's the thing. Like
you don't have to.
419 is so much better because you could just do drugs, ride your bike, listen to the Nulo News show, and like that's all it's about, and there's nothing negative. So
And it's not a walking advertisement.
right, like and that's kind of what I was thinking about with 420 is just like I don't know what it's all about because I mean like the theories I've heard are that like 420 is the time of day that like California high school students would get out and be able to party or smoke weed, so that like like maybe you get out at 3:15 or something that we're familiar with, but then like yeah, 420 is when you actually get to party. So that's like one theory I've heard about 420 as far as the weed aspect. I don't really know any others, but yeah, whenever it comes up, I mean, I'm going to a show on 420. Tommy Chong and Conway the Machine are going to be there. It's going to be sweet, but like,
Nice.
yeah, I just wonder what is that? I mean, I personally have more connection to 419, which is why I kind of wanted to switch it up.
It's less commercial.
Right.
We're taking the road less traveled.
Like, so yeah, if you're listening, don't smoke weed. Just drink alcohol and take over-the-counter medication, and you will create a pretty good hip hop / hardcore album in 2010. If you're me, so
just make it happen. Follow whatever leads you to the edge. Make it happen.
What's up, bro? Yeah, I mean, I just took a whiz, had a dab. It's the evening time for me, so, just trying to get a buzz on and, crash.
What is it, 7 there?
Yeah, 7.
Yeah, it's 2 hours difference. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it's not too much. Although Mountain Time is it's a scam. I mean, it's only Colorado that it comes up for. So
yeah. Oh man, I keep hearing they're gonna do away with daylight savings too. I'm waiting for that shit. Cause that's coming up next week or this weekend?
Huh? Yeah. I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, when Arizona is maybe the only state or one of the states that doesn't observe daylight savings. And when I was traveling through the Southwest, I mean, it's really just as simple / annoying as they're like, yeah, we're 1 hour ahead or 1 hour behind what you think, but it's like, yeah, it's just kind of like, okay, that's cool, I guess. I mean, I guess it just depends on the kind of job you have and what you're doing, you know, like, cause sometimes I have been like, fuck yeah, daylight saving. Like, I actually see the sun when I'm going to my like bumfuck job at 5 a.m. or whatever. Yeah. And then, yeah, sometimes it's more the opposite where you're like, God damn it, it's fucking dark at 4 p.m. or whatever.
Yeah, well, I mean, it makes sense to some degree for agriculture, but I think at the same time, you could just get up earlier or go to bed later, one or the other. You don't need to like pretend it's a different time than it was. I don't know. It's weird. It's because you know, time is a human construct. So the whole idea of like, well, it should be 8 o'clock. We're gonna now say that it's 7 o'clock instead. Like that's just fucking weird, man.
Yeah.
No, just say it's still fucking 8 o'clock, and you're gonna have to stay up later or get up earlier or whatever the issue is. I don't know. Daylight savings is a weird.
Yeah. Well, you got to think like the first timekeepers are sundials, you know, or maybe there's some other way to do it, but that's one of the ways. And then like, so it's kind of like you're looking at a sundial and it's like the sun, you know, starts shining at this at 6 a.m. And you're like, actually, it's probably more like 7 a.m. and you're like, nah, 6, you know, like you just say it's 6. Yeah. It's kind of, I see what you're saying. But also it's like time is so, yeah, I mean, it's completely insane. I mean, it's one of the only things like, even like people that are like, oh, you Americans, you should use the metric system because you're so behind and whatever the fuck. It's like we all count a minute as 60 seconds and a fucking hour as 60 minutes. Like it's crazy, you know, like it doesn't have anything to do with shit, you know, even like a 24-hour day. Like why isn't like a 50-hour day and, you know, like 100 hours in a minute or whatever, 100 minutes in an hour, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I've often thought that it was a weird system to have everything running in 60 sets of 60 except a day, and then all the months are different lengths, and then a year is 365 days. It's not even. It's a really bizarre setup.
Yeah, I mean, because what you're doing is like the sun and the moon and all that shit. I mean, like, you know, I suppose we used to just look at that and all the stars in the sky and just kind of, you know, like draw our own conclusions. But yeah, like when you try to quantify it, it becomes very weird quickly. I mean, even the fact that we have a leap day, it's like you mathematicians can't figure this shit out, you know? Like, you just add a day.
Let's just add, you know, six hours to every year. But yeah, that's a weird.
But then it would be like 6 a.m. is at noon, and you know, so yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense. But that's the thing; the whole thing couldn't. Yeah, it's kind of like it's like you're putting a grid. It's kind of like the same thing as like creating a city. You know, like you put grids and like fucking organization on nature. You know, it kind of just doesn't really make sense. But hey, I mean, you get something cool out of it, and you know, it's March 3rd or 4th or whatever day it is, and I don't keep track of time very well, except to make it to work on time or try to. So.
But it's just so random that of course the 24-hour cycle is a full rotation, but the fact that they chose to break it up into 24, and then, you know, it's all like in groups of 12, I guess, for the most part. As far as 24 hours, you know, the 60 minutes is just, you know, but they break it up into 12 sections of 5 minutes when you look at a clock on the face, and then for seconds, it's just, everything's broken up into groups of 12. But again, why? Why the 12 thing? I don't know, man. Like 10s would have been easier, like we had discussed, but you could have done 30 hours in a day. You could have, because they would just be shorter. I don't know, man. It's a weird. Just how somebody chose to come up with something based around 12s is fucking, I don't know, man.
I think it kind of happens like this because it's like okay, so this is a bit of folk knowledge. I mean, there's some truth to it, but not a lot. But either way, there's 365 days in a year, and the Egyptians would have, so there's 360 days if you subtract those 5. So, they would have 180, 90. So they'd have 90 days per season. And then, 5 days to, jerk off or, write a rap or work on a podcast or something like that. So, like, that's how they figured out how to make the days of the year work. But then, like, so that's kind of why you have 360, and then that's divided, that's all of time. It just divides, 30 divides into 360, 30 days in a month, even though that's all screwy too. And then 60 minutes, 60 seconds, etc. Like all these things are divisible, but like, it doesn't really, because the year is not actually 360 days, this shit's never going to work perfectly, and like the discrepancy is still obvious because you could say a minute, 20 seconds, or you could say 80 seconds, and it's the same thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's one of those things, but I mean, it's the same with like basically everything's non-metric. Same idea, really. I mean, why the fuck would you break a measurement down into 16s? But then 12 of those is a foot, and 3 of those is a yard, and then 1,000 whatever is a mile. It's
a furlong and all that shit. Yeah. No, I mean, it's funny because, like, metric does make sense. I can admit that much sense. But, like, I do see, like, online, noise about, like, people are just really gung-ho to be like, you Americans, won't / can't accept metric because you're quote-unquote so dumb or something like that. But, it really isn't that. I mean, like, we know about metric. Like, we were taught about metric. It's in the grocery store. If you look at the labels, like, a lot of the time there is metric shit. But, yeah, I mean, also there's something, like, bizarrely cool about imperial or just non, like, even or non-metric forms of measurement. I mean, it just cracks me up. Like 12 inches in a foot. A foot is based on somebody's actual foot. Like, are you kidding me? Like, we still use this shit. It cracks me up. Like, so, in a way, I like to hold on to this shit, and yeah, it always cracks me up to be like, like the way Americans measure shit is like a meteorite's coming and it's like the size of a Tesla or whatever the fuck,
Yeah. Yeah. Well, but that's the other side of this is that because I grew up using, imperial measures, I don't, like when somebody's like, oh, it's 45 kilograms, I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? What was that, like 90 pounds? I don't.
Is that some kind of World War I measurement? I don't know. What the fuck?
We have to go 35 kilometers per hour. How fast is that? I can tell you miles per hour. I can't do kilometers. It's not built into me.
Man, you know what's funny? Okay, so this is a very small part of the story that I could expound to you because I don't think you have heard the story. But I went to England once. I was kind of catfished, but not really. I didn't lose any money on the deal, but it was kind of like a chick was lying about, how she felt about me and that kind of thing. But this like, I flew to England for real. And, what I found out is that, like, a lot of our differences are really not that different or extreme. I mean, they used, like, Celsius, for sure. Like, they didn't know what the fuck Fahrenheit was. If I was like, it's 67 in Denver right now, they'd be like, that's like, you're boiling hot, So, yeah, so, I mean, that was the thing. But they use feet. And they actually use stone to refer as weight, which we don't do anymore. Like, I think a stone is like, I don't know, a feet, like 50 pounds or 75 or something. So, like, people can weigh like 2, 3, 4 stone. But yeah, I mean, like, it's just funny. Feet, stone. Like, I like the, like, literal object references to weight. And all that shit was the same, It was almost like less metric than here. Like, and so, but yeah, what else was I thinking about that? I mean, there was a lot of differences there, but, like, I mean, ultimately, like they like to play up those differences to be like, and I've seen this from Australians too online. I'm just throwing heat at everybody, but yeah, that Americans are so dumb that they can't understand. But the thing is, like, we do understand, but we just, to me, I just use what's most entertaining. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
like I could call you like 200, 100 kilograms, and that's like accurate. But it's funnier to be like you're 3 stones and like a couple of, like pounds if you were a day or whatever the fuck you say. It's funny.
Well, it's also, I mean, calling it stupid to use imperial. I'd say, well, I mean, if everything is a multiplier of 10, that's super easy.
Mm-hmm.
If everything is some fucking random bullshit, like I have to remember, there's inches can be broken down into 16ths, but then 12 inches is a foot, 3 foot is a yard, and then like it's not everything isn't a 10. We have to.
It's crazy. Like I admit it's stupid, but it makes me laugh. I don't know. It's like a weird crossroads.
I think it's actually more difficult to learn to use imperial, simply for the fact that it's not all multiples of 10.
Yeah,
it's just random fucking numbers that you have to remember. Like,
I mean, it's fractions, and like I don't think like fractions have a lot of like scientific use. But like to me, they're kind of easy to understand. But I mean, it's kind of like, I mean, people still use it in the drug world too. I mean, they kind of use a mixture. It's like you buy an ounce, that's imperial. Gram is definitely fucking metric. Kilograms metric.
Yeah. Well, that's something I encountered as well. People. I thought about it and I was like, holy shit, it's weird that like they use different measurements for this. Like you can buy an ounce of something, or you can buy it by grams. They're not. It's completely different systems of measurements. But I guess for drugs, it's whatever.
Well, it's like
you're gonna be screwed up anyway, so who cares?
Well, that is true. But yeah, I mean, you have like an ounce of mushrooms. That's metric. Then you break that down. The most common way is an eighth, a quarter, etc. That's all fractions, and it all adds up in imperial somehow. Or actually, no, they still use metric. Yeah, because an eighth is 3.5 grams. So and then there's decimals involved. I mean, math is pretty crazy. That's why I didn't go to college, and I don't sell drugs. I just do them and, move on with my life. Hey, yo, Race.
Yo, what up?
I didn't know if you took a break too, but, yeah, I was just seeing.
Breaks are for the weekend feeble.
True. Yeah, I needed to get another beer though. I couldn't teleport it over here, so
I might switch to beer. I've been drinking whiskey. Oh, whiskey and a mentholated tea for my throat, but sort of like having a Newport and a whiskey, I guess. It gives me street cred. It's just that the Newport would be in a it would be in a tea form rather than a cigarette.
Right. I get it. Yeah, I kind of dig the mentholated tea with whiskey. Could be like it's not a mint julep, but it's got some similar elements. So.
Yeah, well, I keep them separate because I like that. I don't know. I mean, I've had them together before, but it's just I don't know, man. I like the taste of whiskey.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if that's
actually
weird,
whiskey and tea. I mean, it is a drink that people drink. It's not my favorite. Rum and tea works actually pretty well. But yeah, either way. Yeah, I kind of honestly I'm a huge fan of soft drinks too, and I tend to keep them separate unless I'm making whiskeyla, and then I follow Rice's recipe.
Oh man, whiskeyla was the greatest invention ever. Dude, no shit. I'm not kidding, man. I fucking saw that shit. For sale I should take a picture of it and send it to you, but the liquor store that finally opened here, I live in a county where they didn't sell liquor before,
Fucking
and they
Christians.
finally passed a law where you could have a liquor store in my county.
Yeah.
I used to have to drive out of my county to buy liquor, which is horse shit.
Sorry.
Exactly.
Yeah, dude, I remember being in North Carolina. The state stores was a huge bummer to me. Although, I was just thinking about that recently. They had those like rebate tags on the bottles where you could like mail in a rebate and get like a $5 check from the fucking Jim Beam Corporation or whatever. And I used to do this, and it just cracks me up because it's like there's no record of this. But like, if you could look at my bank account back then, I would have been like receiving checks from liquor companies. It's pretty funny.
No, I remember we were prolific drinkers in those days. I mean, we kept the liquor stores in business. I also remember, it was funny. We went and we saw Red Stag. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Is that what is that? Is that a whiskey?
It was the Jim Beam with cherry. I think cherry flavor.
Yeah.
And we were like, I wonder if this is any good. And then we were like, and so we bought a bottle, like an airplane bottle, and we went out to the truck and we split it, like just to see what it was like. And you were like, oh, it's like cough syrup. And I'm like, yep, that's like cough syrup.
Yeah,
it was just that we were like trying to decide whether or not to buy it. So we were like, well, we'll just get an airplane bottle and taste it first. And then, I don't know. It was just, and it's kind of obvious that you buy one airplane bottle, leave, and then come back in and buy a bottle, like a real bottle. Everybody knows what the fuck you just did. You went outside and drank that and didn't like it.
Yeah.
But it was humorous to me that we were like, well, let's sample it and find out whether or not we're into this. We were not. It was trash.
Yeah, I think the honey fucking Jack Daniels kind of sucks too. In general, like brown liquor, I don't think should be flavored. Like vodka, it's like whatever because it's like meant to be tasteless. So yeah, make it taste like cotton candy or popcorn or whatever the fuck you want. But like,
the fucked up thing is, I will try flavored whiskeys.
Yeah, just because.
Like, I recently tried a peanut butter whiskey, and I was like, oh, this is trash.
I heard of that, and I thought that was strange, because I was like, it's not peanut, it's peanut butter, so it's just oil and salt flavored, too. Like, I don't know, it's strange.
I don't know, man. It was not good.
Yeah.
Just give me whiskey. In the end, that's...
Yeah, you know what's funny is, like, I kind of fell off drinking hard liquor, even though, I swore by it as you witnessed, for so long. But, yeah, I mean, I got into beer and then, actually a lot of the time I'll drink like, what I guess what could be called like Alco Pops or whatever. They're kind of, like, shit like Mike's Hard Lemonade or Twisted Tea or something. But I've kind of like discovered some like better off-brand kind of shit. But yeah, like, I like a hard tea. But either way, to me, this is just like a way of slowing down a bit. After I did experience, some negative effects of acute alcohol addiction or whatever. And to me, it was like enough to, I mean, I'm fine now. I mean, like I might get hungover a little bit, but I'm not, I'm not like fucking shaking and like thinking about calling my mom and that kind of shit. So like, either way, dude, I'm still big on the booze. I've taken months off at a time, which I think is probably good for your fucking liver and sanity or whatever. But either way, dude, it's still fun, which is crazy. I mean, like after all this time and years and whatever, it's never gonna be like as amazing as it once was, but it's pretty good. And I've gotten into weed too since it's available here and everything, and I like weed.
Yeah.
But it's kind of funny. Like I'll get home and like I kind of like have to have a couple of drinks, and then I want to smoke some weed. So it still kind of goes in that order for me.
Yeah, I don't. When I lived in Vegas, there was a period where, I mean, I still drank, but I probably did weed more often, but also because it was just freely available. But I don't like. I feel like with whiskey or just booze in general, it takes a while to get to a point where you're like, oh my God, I need to stop.
Yeah.
As far as drinking in a single night. But I remember one night I did some edibles and I was like, okay, I'm not feeling a lot. So I took a hit off a vape and then I waited a little bit and I fucking hit the vape again and then still wasn't feeling it. And then finally all of it hit me at once. And I was like, oh my God, I think I need to go to sleep. But it was just, it wasn't that it made me tired. It was just that it made me panicked, which is not something that I would ever get from alcohol. But
yeah, I'm very. I mean, I feel like I'm lucky because I think like anxiety is like my main mental health thing, and I've heard people talk about weed making them paranoid or anxious. And I mean, it just hasn't really happened to me. I mean, for sure, if I take too much, in the wrong circumstance, yeah, it could be not great. But yeah, I mean, booze does kind of confer that like ultimate comfort in a different kind of way. But you know, I've been into other drugs too, and like, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty pro psychedelics. It's weird. I feel like I came from that kind of stock. Like, you know, I remember I was like in middle school and my dad was like, I think like LSD came up via like something on the television and he was like LSD is good. And I was like, what are you saying? He's like, yeah, if you get the opportunity, you know, take it. And then he was like, he told me some of the stories about like the good times he had on it. Nothing like crazy, just like about his perceptions and whatever. And yeah, it kind of like planted the seed in my head. Although I think I had the opportunity in high school and I turned it down. But I mean, yeah, I mean, mushrooms. It's funny that I was complaining that the liquor tasted like cough syrup because that should be a plus to me. The whole like Robitussin era. But yeah, and then actually, this is after, I guess we probably the last time I've seen you in the flesh was. You know, I have gotten my hand on ketamine, Molly. I've never done cocaine or meth or heroin, really just because of the bad reputation they have. I mean, I've never really heard somebody say like, I tried methamphetamine and then things really started coming together. You know, like so. But I think that can happen actually with weed or psychedelics or even booze. You know, depending on what kind of mind state you're in versus like the kind of relief it could provide you. But yeah, I'm kind of rambling, but I could talk drug shit.
Shrooms was amazing. That's like one of the best times I've ever had in my life.
Yeah, they're great.
I remember taking shrooms. It was around Christmas time. So we still had a Christmas tree up. And the way the house was set up, when you come in, there was like a family room and then the kitchen and then the living room. So we were sitting in the living room all the way to the back of the house, and all the way to the front of the house in the living room was where we had the tree. Mm-hmm. And I remember sitting on the couch and the TV was on, and I kept leaning back and just staring at the Christmas tree. It was all lit up and shit, and I was like, that is just so fucking amazing. But that is like one of the, just, man, even though there wasn't a whole lot happening, it's one of the best times I've had, and it will always be in my mind, just burned in there, was doing mushrooms and staring at a Christmas tree and what it looked like. How amazing it was to me, still to this day.
Hell yeah,
but then
dude.
I got up and went to go brush my teeth, and I realized that when you're high on mushrooms, you should never look in a fucking mirror, ever.
That is true. Or it's probably best not to, for sure.
Well, I just got up and I went and brushed my teeth, and I came back and I looked at Ryan and I said, "Don't go in the bathroom. It's like horror movie lighting in there."
Yeah, dude.
It was terrifying to see myself brushing my teeth.
Right. And yeah, it's like I'm curious about were those the ones I gave you? Was this that time?
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know where they came from.
Okay. Yeah, like when I mean, this is ancient history, but when I visited you with my ex-girlfriend back in, yeah, I remember it was October-ish, but yeah, I don't remember exactly what year. It's probably like 10 years ago, probably like 2014, 2015. Either way, I left you guys with capsules so that we brought along it for our trip, but then I was kind of, it was a weird trip in general, but yeah, I remember leaving a lot of them with you, so.
I don't remember. Well, what I took was actual shrooms, I think.
Yeah.
Like the actual, yeah.
Like ate them up, yeah.
But it's possible it was the capsules. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, either way, bro. I mean, like, I mean, mushrooms are great, man. I mean, it's like, I don't know. It's like that dude Terrence McKenna. I mean, he's probably the biggest mouthpiece for this shit. I mean, he actually had a hand in popularizing it in the United States because it's like. It was like a rumor, like mushrooms were like psilocybin was like a rumor back in like the 50s and 60s when people were getting into LSD and that kind of thing. And Terrence and his brother Dennis, who's still alive, went to Mexico, learned about these mushrooms, and learned they wrote a book about how to grow mushrooms in your closet or whatever, you know, like basically, you know, I mean, they're not the only ones, of course, and there's more to it. But they really help like jumpstart sort of the popularity of them. And I mean, they're great, man. Like I've done it a bunch of times, and like a bad trip, what it entails is basically like what you experience in the bathroom where you're like freaked out. You know, like that could happen, and you can get kind of like stuck in that kind of feeling. But you know, the crazy thing about mushrooms is that it's like you go through so many emotions. You know, I mean, it is tripping. You know, you go through like the whole gamut. And sometimes, I mean, to me, like sometimes I'm feeling like multiple emotions at once. Yeah, so like I'll be like, I'm like scared and happy, like that kind of shit. So, but either way, like a bad trip, it ends and you're like, it's still good, you know. Like I still think it does good. I mean, maybe not for somebody with like paranoid schizophrenia. Maybe they should stay away or something. But like if you're relatively sane, like you and I, like I don't think mushrooms could ever harm you. And then I think the research is that they're actually less toxic than cannabis, like to your body itself. So, but yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, like when I went back, when I left the bathroom, I left brushing my teeth where I was freaked out. I went back to sit down and, you know, sat down with Ryan again, started watching TV and like, but the Christmas tree was still there. I could still look at that. It's weird. Like, when I abandoned what was freaking me out, I was fine.
Right.
I had a good time. I just was like, don't do that. Like, it was a recognition that was a terrible idea. Don't do it. You know? It didn't ruin my trip. It didn't freak me out. It wasn't lasting. It was basically just, that was a bad idea. Don't do it again.
Right. Yeah, and yeah, that's the kind of thing I mean. I mean, like maybe you're always going to remember that you weren't having such a great time then, and I could still think back on trips like that. But like in the end, you come out of it and you're like, yeah, that was kind of, you know, either you learned something from it or it was just kind of funny or whatever. And you know, and then again, in the same trip where you had a bad part of it, you know, you probably had, like you were talking about the Christmas tree part, you have a really like euphoric part. So it's kind of like, make the most of it.
Part, I had the scary part, but then I had the euphoric part again. So it didn't ruin my trip. It was more recognition on my part. That was a bad idea. Don't do it again.
Right.
But then back to being euphoric about the whole aspect of what's going on and how beautiful it was. And yeah, I don't know, man. All in all, it was awesome. And even the weird part that was like creeped me out, like I don't regret. I'm like, it was weird, but it was just it's part of what happened. I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
I still overall, it was a fantastic event.
Yeah, and for mushroom, well, actually, just tripping in general for me, as long as you can kind of keep your perspective as far as time is concerned, because this is what's most entertaining to me about tripping on psychedelics, but also scary. Is it feels like you're gonna be stuck there, or that it's gonna, like, even if you know on paper a mushroom trip is 6 hours, when you're in it and you're experiencing it, if like it just feels like timeless, or like you could be stuck looking at yourself in the mirror for 10 hours or something. But it's all in your imagination, but like, yeah, if you could just keep that seed in your mind that like it's all good. And this actually comes more into play with acid, because LSD lasts 12 hours, so it's less intense than mushrooms, I'd say. Like, it's easier to kind of, I guess, like, guide it where you want to go, but like, it's gonna you're gonna be tripping longer than you want to. Like, even me, I love tripping, but it's like after 8 hours and you're looking around and you're still seeing like the walls are swimming and shit. You're like, God damn, how do I make this stop, But, yeah, you just gotta remember it's like all drugs wear off. Every single drug has to, your body will eliminate it. So yeah, that's how you kind of get past the fear or whatever.
Drugs.
Yeah, I didn't know if you want to hear more about drugs. I could talk about it endlessly, but I did.
Dude, I love drugs.
Yeah,
I don't.
I know you're former straight edge, and I'm former just don't fuck around with shit. And to me, it's like not all drugs are created equal kind of thing. So,
Oh, I agree.
Yeah,
but I do support the legalization of every fucking drug.
Yeah,
I do. But, yeah, there are certain drugs I would probably never fuck with, but, I have lots of friends that have done a lot of drugs. I remember I met a girl. Well, there was a girl at a pizza place that I liked. Well, I didn't like her. I thought she was cute.
Right.
It was a place I used to go to all the time to get pizza back in the day. I lived in Seattle. And I asked her out finally. I was like, hey, I want to go on a date. Yeah, sure. And her suggestion was, just come over and we'll watch movies and stuff. I was like, all right.
Mm-hmm.
It was Netflix and chill before Netflix. Except there was also no chilling. But anyway, I went over. We were hanging out. We were watching some bullshit on the TV it's weird. I went, it's a weird thing to explain to people, but in the 90s, pretty much the entirety of the 90s, I missed. Because I didn't watch TV. I didn't listen to the radio because I was such a shitbag. I just wanted to hear my music and I didn't give a fuck about anything else. So I carried my music everywhere with me and listened to it.
Yeah.
I didn't own a TV for almost the entirety of the 90s. The 90s was just a mystery to me still to this day. I'm like, oh no, I didn't see that. I don't know that. But
people talk it up too much. It wasn't that great. This is my childhood I'm talking about, but yeah.
I'm at her house and I'm doing something I don't want to do, like watching TV, and I'm like, whatever, I don't give a fuck about this shit. And she was like a goth girl.
Mm-hmm.
And I was not a goth at all, but,
But you had black clothing, and that's good enough for them, so yeah.
We all have a weakness for goth girls, right? Come on. It's just fair.
Most of the time, yeah.
Anyway. She always wore, like, long sleeve shirts and long sleeve black sweaters and, that kind of shit. But as we're hanging out, somebody knocks on the door of her apartment. And she gets up and she goes to answer it. And she comes back into the room with just two, like, crusty street punks. Like, crusties, homeless.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Homeless crusties.
They're out there in Baltimore, so I've seen them.
And I was like, huh. Well, at least she has some cool friends, I guess. Because that was my crew for the most part. I wasn't homeless, but I listened to a lot of crust punk and also an anarchist and etc. But so she comes back in with these two, and I'm like, okay, hey, what's up? And then after everybody says hi to each other, they all leave the room. And they go back through her kitchen to the bathroom. And I'm like, well, that's odd. But I just didn't watch TV for a while. Finally, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? This is just weird. This is our first date, mind you.
Right.
And I walk back, and she is, like, setting up the syringe. She's got the heroin loaded in it and everything.
Oh shit! I thought this was gonna be coke, but yeah, okay. So we're talking about smack.
I'm like,
yeah.
What the fuck? And she was just like, oh yeah, no, they don't have the ability to shoot themselves. They don't have a rig or a clean rig or a safe place. And she's like, so when they get enough money, they buy 3 hits. And then they do one each, and then they give one to me. And I was just like, oh, okay. And I just turned around, and without saying a word, I left her apartment.
Yep, that's the move.
I was like, holy shit, what the fuck? Like, not my scene. Oh, man. And the wildest thing was that, like, I don't know, 2 months later, 3 months later, after we're completely non-communicado in the meantime, I get a call from her. And I was like, I'm like, okay, whatever. I answer it. She's just like, hey, it's so-and-so. And I'm like, yeah, I know. She was just like, I don't even remember her name, to be honest. But she was like, can you do me a favor? What's that? Can you go lock up my apartment? I'm like, what? She was like, yeah, I OD'd, and they had to come get me and revive me, and I'm at the hospital now, but they left my apartment unlocked. Can you go lock it up for me? And I was like, are you going to stop doing heroin now? I mean, you OD'd. And she was just like, her exact response was, no. You OD, they come, they revive you. This is my 3rd time.
Wow.
Just remember, at that point, I was like, you know what? I don't think I can go lock up your apartment. Because I just figured if I did anything for her, I would forever be. You
don't want to be further linked to this person. I get that 100%. Yeah.
But man, that just the response of like, no, you OD, they come, they revive you, you're fine. This is my 3rd time.
That's fucking wacky, dude. I mean, like, even if you are a heroin addict, like, OD should be a wake-up call. So, like, to just be like, oh, yeah, you just have an OD, like, it's a Sunday afternoon. I mean, that's too much for me, too.
Like, she was so just nonchalant about it. And that really, that really, really just sort of turned me off to the thought of ever trying heroin.
Oh yeah,
Like,
dude.
it's got a grip on you that you've OD'd 3 times and you don't give a shit.
Right. Yeah. Damn, bro. I mean, was this in Seattle?
Yeah.
Yeah, living up to its reputation. But I mean, I'm from Baltimore, where I mean, heroin's fucking massive. I mean, like I've known people to do it. I've been, hanging out with at a house party, and somebody's in the bathroom way too long, and then they come out with bloodshot eyes, and you kind of know what's up. And yeah, it sucks, dude. I mean, it's just not good. It's kind of like what I was saying earlier. Just I've never heard anybody like be a functional dope user or like I just use it every now and again. I never overdose and everything's cool. It's like people that get into that shit, I mean, they know what they're getting into and they kind of don't give a fuck, for whatever reason. I mean, it might be trauma or they don't care that much about their life or something, but yeah, I mean, it's crazy, bro. I would never.
A lot of them will function for a certain amount of time, but it always hits a wall. It always comes to a point where it's like, I can't do this anymore. It has, they OD at some point. Like it,
right?
Without it hits that point that everything that I've seen. Like I don't know. There, when I lived in Seattle, I sublet a room in a basement. And the lady that lived upstairs was like a super old school punk. She was in The Decline of Western Civilization, which was an old, I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's an old punk documentary about the germs and like that era of punk.
Mm-hmm.
And she lived in the house with the germs. She was an old punk, but when I met her, I just thought she was an old hippie.
Some crossover, but yeah.
she sort of had that vibe to her, but it was wild because she was totally an old punk. But it was rad. I loved her. She was great. But she was also super just open to people. And there was a guy that was like, yeah, I just got out of rehab and I need a place to stay. And could you help me? I'm a recovering heroin addict but I'm good now. I've been to rehab and I'm good. Can I stay with you? And she was like, yes. So she let this dude stay on her couch upstairs. And one night she comes downstairs, she's banging on my door, wakes me up. Hey, what's up? She's like, I need you to help me. And I run upstairs to help her. And the guy had come home. There was a guy outside trying to get into the house. And apparently, he had sold this dude heroin, or he and this dude had bought heroin together and they were supposed to split it. I'm not sure what the deal was. He was saying that he needed to get in to talk to the guy. But the guy had come home, walked straight to the bathroom, locked himself in, and then someone started banging on her door. So she came and got me, and I told the guy, you need to get the fuck out of here. And he was like, no, I just need to talk to so-and-so. And I'm like, no, you need to fucking go. And after a little bit of arguing, he finally left. And then she was like, he went in the bathroom and he hasn't come out. And I've already called the fire department. I think he may have done heroin in there. And I was like, shit. And she was like, I just don't want the fire department to show up and break down the door, because then I'll have to replace everything.
Yeah.
All the wood, all the lock, all the, everything. So I was trying to pick the lock on the bathroom door. And it wasn't one of the super easy ones. It took a while. So I was like trying to like get the thing to open. And the fire department shows up. And they're behind me. And they're like, you need to get out of the way. And I'm like, no, you can't break this door. She can't afford to replace it. Just let me pick the lock. And they're like, you've got 10 seconds. And then we're going to break the door. And so I managed to get it open before they were supposedly going to break the door. But I finally popped the lock. And I fall through the door because I'm trying to open it at the time. I'm trying to and I just fall through the door because I'm down, standing on my knees. And I just, oh man. And it's just he had fallen sideways on the toilet from the heroin overdose. Mm-hmm. So I'm just looking at his balls tucked between his legs. And I'm just like, man, this is not where I want to be.
Yeah.
I just remember falling through a door and staring at a heroin addict's balls. I was just like, oh man, this is fucking awesome. So the fire department goes in and they drag him out. And I don't know what it was. It was probably Narcan, but this was so long ago, I didn't know it existed then.
Right.
But it woke him up. Boom. Like, he went from being completely out of his fucking mind, like, gone, to awake with whatever they gave him.
Yeah.
And I was blown away. I'm like, whoa, what the fuck was that? Yeah, I mean, that, to me, like, just saw so much just, like, bullshit from heroin that it never appealed to me even a little. It's one of those things I just don't get.
It's like, I mean, it's pretty gross. I mean, to the extent that I wouldn't want, like you were talking about, I wouldn't want to be knowing anybody that's into it, because it's just like, that there's death and chaos and just calling the fire department and just shit surrounding it that you just don't want to be a part of. And I mean,
at some point you're gonna have to look at their balls. Who wants to do that? Come on.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I could pass out drunk or whatever, but you could still wake me up with like another shot or something. I could still kind of come to.
You're not gonna have your balls out when you pass out. That's the whole.
Yeah. Damn, bro. Yeah, I mean, so this is my just quickly my experience with I don't like cocaine. That's my kind of beef. I mean, obviously heroin's bad, but so a few anecdotes on cocaine. So I was never really interested in it, mostly because I read that the high lasts like 50 minutes, and I was just like, it's kind of like a recipe for like endlessly doing it, like nobody just does it for 50 minutes and they're like, that was my cocaine high, the end. They keep doing more. But either way, when I was in high school, one of my friends, he definitely was a friend at the time, this dude, John, he fucking, I heard a rumor that he was into cocaine, and it probably wasn't fair of me, but I just started, saying he's a cokehead. This guy's on coke now, all around the school. This is high school age, and he ends up calling me on the phone, and he's like, I heard you're telling people I'm a coke addict. I'm not a fucking coke addict. Fuck you up. He's just like talking super fast, like literally being a coke addict, And I'm like, okay, bro, whatever you say, what the fuck? And then I hang up, and it kind of I did hang out with him after that again, but it's like, it kind of soured my impression of the drug for sure. I mean, not that it was ever good, but
Hello, America. This is Daffy Duck. I may be daffy, but I'm not crazy. I'm smart enough to know that hard drugs like heroin and downers are a bummer. Don't fool with them. Take it from yours truly, dangerous drugs are despicable. See ya.
Yeah, no, I get what you mean. Yeah, I mean, like even just culturally, it's like this is one I've never been able to get over. It's like somebody's like, enjoying like a confectionery, like a donut or a piece of pie or something, and somebody's like, yeah, you that's sweet, you like that, faggot or whatever, and you're like,
Yeah.
I'm gay because I eat sweets. I mean, I'm pretty sure, like I fucked women and only women and never men, and I also love sweets. I mean, I don't really see the connection,
Yeah, your sexuality is somehow determined by what you eat. It's pretty fucking, like, I see a lot of weird shit like that, though. Like, I don't know. Just, people that are worried about genders and shit like that, but slap a pair of nuts on their fucking truck. I mean,
that is fucking weird behavior.
so over the top, man. Just
I'm so straight. I purchased rubber testicles. I want them to come through the mail to me, where I can finally unbox them and feel them, and place them upon my object, so everybody knows that they're male, and never female. That's straight.
there's only two genders of trucks. Oh man, so should we make a truck China and see if we can sell those?
Yeah, that's brilliant, man. Unless I've seen or we could find somebody that's done that. Even if they have, we could do it better. Because I've seen some vaginas, of vulvas. I've been around.
I've seen one, maybe two.
I can count them on one hand, but hey, I've seen them, So we're gonna use that as the model for truck ginas, and or maybe car ginas. You could put it on your bicycle or scooter, whatever you have, and keep it rolling. But yeah, truck nuts is really pretty crazy. It's crazy because it's like I've seen it and just been like shrug my shoulders. But now that I'm really thinking about it, it's just like, what? Like you spent your time doing that? Like
money and time. But if we're gonna make a vagina that can go on a vehicle, it would be the vagina. Because it's a vehicle vagina.
Yeah,
When
yeah.
you put it on anything, it's not specific to a truck or a car or a bike. It's just your vehicle has a vagina.
I like that. A vagina behind her. Yeah. That would be a funny, social experiment, even if nobody buys our truck vaginas or whatever.
Well, I feel like, especially in the South, probably everywhere now that I think about it, it's a big, I love, the cowboys that live in big cities. They wear a cowboy hat and they drive a giant fucking truck, but they've never been off-road in it, and they fucking $500 cowboy boots that they bought and shit like that.
Right.
Strut around and try to pretend they're cowboys. But I see like a lot of women in trucks here that have like big stickers in the back window that say like "cowgirl up" and stuff like that. Like, I'm a country girl. And I was like, I see that a lot in the South, and then I was thinking like, man, I'm sure that's fucking everywhere though. I'm sure there are girls in downtown Denver with "cowgirl up" stickers on their fucking trucks.
Yeah.
It's a weird phenomenon to want to be that way. But those are the people we would have to aim the vagina at. Like, cowgirl up, yeah, girl power, right? You're a country girl, but so your truck should have a vagina, right?
Yeah, I remember. I'm more into the vagina situation, but maybe women feel more empowered by their tits, or I've heard like cars have bras, that kind of thing. So maybe we could have truck tits or car tits. But I'm more into the vagina thing because it's more culturally probing or whatever.
Well, what's interesting is that if you made truck tits and put them out, dudes would be buying those.
Right. Yeah.
Probably the same dude that would put nuts on their truck would put a pair of tits on the front too, because they're men and they need to show off that they like titties and whatever.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, putting out vulvas or vaginas, like, I mean, I would enthusiastically buy this product, but I think a lot of men wouldn't. So that would be an interesting like case study. Like, are men more into testicles than vaginas? You know what I mean? Like,
is that a normal thing to want to buy a pair of testicles and slap it on a vehicle?
and maybe
Ride around it?
maybe having the the Volvo vulva or whatever could like be like a sign of liberalism in a good way, you know, where people are like, man, this guy's got a car pussy, don't fuck with this dude, you know, like.
He's not one of us. His car has a vagina.
But yeah, sometimes I see this talk against, you know, I guess like lesbians and whatever, feminine males stereotypically drive Subarus. But, you know, I mean, I've never owned a Subaru myself, but, I mean, like wagons and compact cars with four-wheel drive, I mean, that's some good shit. I mean, I would definitely purchase a Subaru. I think it's just, they're just smart, you know? I mean, that's really all it is.
But I mean, like, I looked at Outbacks and stuff at one point, but when I was young, younger, I guess, I was into station wagons, strangely enough, like the old, like, 80s panel wagon. Yeah. Just like, you know, town and countries and shit like that. Like, just, there was something about those cars that just, it was a certain just weirdness to it, to me. Mm-hmm. Like, owning a station wagon, and especially one of the, like, wood panel ones, I was just like, one day, I'm going to have one of these motherfuckers. But anything, like, the Outbacks just remind me of old station wagons. They have that same kind of, like, overall build to them. Right.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, you maybe be jealous if I could find the exact make and model, but yeah, I mean, like, I basically, the first car I was driving around was a Mercedes. It was like an 84 station wagon, and it was like cream colored, and you know, my friends called it the boat, and like, no matter how much I filled up the tires or how like new the tires were, they squeaked, you know, just because like the profile is so wide set or whatever on the road. But yeah, I mean, like,
did you have that in North Carolina?
Nah. Yeah, it was a little bit before that. Like, I never had it in there in North Carolina. But yeah, I mean, it was a cool car. It did get hit. Actually, it wasn't my fault. Somebody hit it. But either way, like, I mean, what was cool about it, you're talking about, like, being lost in time or whatever, or, like, how, like, why did anybody make this, I guess, like, I don't know, like, it was like, if you sat in the back seat, it's like you're like, on a couch in a living room. I mean, that's how big it was. Like, you're like looking all the way up at the driver. It's crazy. And, like, even though it's a station wagon, it goes all the way back. You know, like, you could make the cargo room bigger. But either way, I mean, like, mostly it was just like, man, we're all cruising around, and this is sweet, you know, when I was all of 17 years old or whatever.
But they used to make the backs of cars, like, so spacious. It's nuts, like, how much that's changed. Everything's so cramped now, but, man, any car from the 70s, you get in the back, you can fucking have a party back there. It's just, there's always so much room.
Yeah, no, it's
a massive amount of space.
That's sweet. I mean, actually, I think there's like a logistical, scientific reason that like cars they kind of all look the same. I mean, like as far as like a standard SUV style car, but yeah, I mean, it's basically like you're in a compact space. And then with airbags and whatever the fuck, they feel that like their technology can protect you, So, basically it's all designed for safety, So like like a 70s car is sweet. I mean, it's really sweet because there's shit that just doesn't make any sense for safety. Down to the ashtrays in the passenger seats, you know what I'm saying? Like but that's what makes it so fun, But yeah, I mean this rapper Danny Brown talks about like in Detroit, because it's such a car centric city, like people's cars break down on the lawn, but it's not like a sad thing. Like it's like a hangout spot. So like you like crawl into an old car on the lawn and like just smoke it out or drink or whatever, So that sounds pretty cool.
Oh man, there are houses here that you just see. It's wild. That people who just have like a car dies, they park it out front, then they get another car. That one dies, they park it out front. Seriously, there are houses where you see like upwards of 10 cars just parked in the lawn, just dead cars just hanging out. I'm always like, what the fuck? I mean, if you're selling them for parts or something, I get it. But other than that, it just seems like a lot of space taken up for nothing.
Yeah, no, I'm a pretty minimalist in real life. Yeah, I mean, I get around on like a standing electric scooter. I don't have a car at the moment, and I live in a 1-bedroom apartment, so, but I'm living the dream to some people, so.
Oh yeah. If that's what you want to do, that's what fucking you're living the dream, man.
Yeah, and I'm working on this podcast with Rice, and I'm working on some music with my other homie, so. Hey, it'll come together or not.
Yeah, well, it already has. You already have the podcast. You already have the music.
Yeah, it's true.
It's happening.
Because I'm gonna put this conversation out unedited shortly.
Yeah, why bother? Just put some lounge music in on the sections where you dip away to go take a piss or whatever.
Yeah, there's only a couple of those, but yeah.
Just, that little elevator music interlude. Fill the space.
But yeah, dude, I'm glad we got a Beast of the Week situation, because like the only like real like rules that govern this podcast or conversation or whatever's happening is that Beast of the Week is like an ending kind of thing. We can do a sign off where we're like goodbye and good luck or whatever the fuck we say to people, or we could do an intro where we're like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna do one now. This is the New Low News Show. This is King Snake Kobe and Rice Powers, aka Ahab Coyote, aka Ricer XXX. And we have the show for you today. Something like that.
I have so many AKAs.
You're also known as Things.
Yeah.
Me too.
Man. Yeah, I'm gonna offer up just terrible Beast of the Week every week. Something like, big balls. That hacker that works for Elon Musk.
Well, why is he a beast?
Just cause he goes by the internet name of Big Balls.
Yeah, I mean that's...
come on, that's legit, right? Obviously, he's got big balls.
Yeah,
Why else would he call himself Big Balls?
I mean that is sort of beastly. But yeah, I mean, a beast is more somebody who's like, like gentle and queer, and it says something that touches your heart and your testicles or whatever, So
well, that's why I was saying I was going to be an asshole, because I'll just come up with the worst the worst possible beast of the week every week.
Yeah.
This week's beast of the week is Kid Rock. I love that guy.
Yeah, I mean, Kid Rock's from Michigan. I'm sorry about that. And then, yeah.
Sorry, Michigan. Him and Ted both. Fuck, man, they're producing that kind of shit. I had a friend that grew up in Flint, and I guess Ted Nugent lived in their city. I don't know. At some point, he lived in the same city as Ted Nugent in Michigan, but he talked about when they were kids, they would see him places like eating or shopping or whatever, and they'd all run in and yell shit at him, and then take off running, and he'd get mad and chase them, like yelling shit at them. Like apparently that dude's just unhinged and an idiot. I'm not surprised, but.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro.
Yeah, they were talking about, yeah, we'd see him and we'd automatically just start yelling at him, calling him names and yell shit at him, and then you had to take off running because he'd come after you and screaming and yelling and wanting to kick your ass, even though you're a 15-year-old kid.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have like a non-beast of the week, like Kid Rock, like fucking sucks dick. Maybe we could have like a sucker, a bitch. I don't know what you want to call it, but
the punk ass of the week.
Punk ass is good. Man, it's so crazy that punk means positive things with punk music and such, but also means. You understand and I understand, somebody punks you out. I'm not a punk bitch, that kind of thing. So it's a funny word.
Yeah. What was weird was when I lived in Seattle, I lived like in what people call the hood. In Seattle, even the hood wasn't that scary really. But the apartment building I lived in, we were the only white people in the building, so everybody else we hung out with was black. And one day, I came home, a bunch of people were hanging out in the hallway. I'd never met them, so I stopped and started talking to them, and they're like, "Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up?" They were super friendly. It was awesome because they saw me, and they're like, "Hey, what's up?" I'm like, "Oh, hey, what's up?" So we all just talk and introduce ourselves and whatever. Just dudes I don't even know. I'm assuming they knew the girls that lived in the apartment unit, and then they're like, "Hey, we're gonna walk up to the liquor store. Do you want to go?" And I'm like, "Okay, sure, let's walk up to the liquor store." And my roommate wanted me to get her something, so I walk up there, and but yeah, they were like, "So, what are you like representing with all these patches all over your jacket? Like, what is this?"
Yeah.
What are you trying to get across with this? And I was like, it's punk. And they're like, it's punk. And I was like, yeah, like punk rock. Like it's punk. And they were like, oh, yeah, well, I mean, punk doesn't necessarily mean like a good thing always. And I'm like, yeah, I get it, but it's punk rock. There's no other word for it. That's what I have to use. But it was just funny, like, trying to explain to people from a culture where punk is usually like a negative connotation.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is punk. Really? That's what you want to call it?
Yeah.
That's what it's called, man. No control here.
Yeah, I was actually, it's weird. I'm like, I'm not a punk, or maybe I am. But yeah, I mean, I was put in this position when I was in England, which we'll get the whole story out on the podcast. But either way, I went over and visited, and, I wore my, it's basically like a flannel hoodie with patches and pins. Pins is more of like a EDM electronic music thing in my experience. But either way, pins and patches and shit. I love, I don't know. I guess like theatricalness, if you could pull it off. And I could sew clothes and all that kind of shit. So either way, I'm wearing this shit in England, visiting. And they're like, it doesn't really come up at all. But then like later on, they're like, yeah, I mean, we thought from your clothes you could be a punk. And they just said it this way that was like you're a punk, like it's a bad thing, you know what I mean? Even in England, where like punk music started, as far as I understand. And it was like, I mean, I grew up with punks. I hung out with like what they call crust punks. They kind of stunk, but they're pretty good people, like thoughtful people, like artistic people, cool people. And yeah, I kind of picked up some of the fashion, although like I'm more hip hop, but like that's I'm into punk too. And they just kind of shrug their shoulders and whatever. But it's weird how it could like mean something so much different over there. Maybe. I mean, I didn't really get into it. I didn't go to a punk show or anything where I could give you more insight. But yeah, it was weird. They just said punk like you're like a gangster kind of thing, And I was like, yeah, I mean, like punk's cool. I mean, in my imagination, I don't know.
Yeah. It's just the words. Words are funny. Yeah, I've had a couple people that were like, you should do a podcast. And I was like, well, strangely enough, I think I'm going to.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, I'm totally down. I feel like I don't want to talk too much about like how it's happened before, because it's kind of like I'm trying to have a new beginning sort of thing with it. But I mean, you could like listen to old episodes if you want, but I mean, it's pretty much like it kind of started like I would just see news, even like the Daily Show or whatever, and just be like, like there's so many layers of like whatever the fuck behind this, but like if we just like talk about news stories and just like be ourselves, it'll be more gonzo and cool and direct or whatever the fuck. And then I mean it's gone through many phases since then, but it's just like I mean to me it's like if I re-listen to something, after we've recorded it and it's entertaining, like I'm pretty selective. So like, like if something really like goes over the gauntlet a couple of times, I'm kind of like, yeah, this is funny and this is good. So, I mean, that's really, I mean, there's not much to it really. And that's kind of what I was talking about with like, you could bring up a news story, even though this is called a news show, but I mean, to me, it's just shooting the shit and then just finding something cool in there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, I don't know. I like talking about the dumb shit that's in the news, but just sort of giving, like, I don't know, like, because when you watch the news, or even when you watch the Daily Show and stuff like that, to a certain extent, it's what's acceptable to put on there. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
It's like it's all got to meet standards and shit like that. But I feel like it's just more of a raw take on news and politics in general to just discuss it.
Yeah, to me, it's just like I said, there's just so many layers of whether you call it censorship or just like whatever. But yeah, like once you record it directly and just put it out, like sometimes that shit can be powerful. I mean, regardless of music, podcasting, whatever. Like I've been surprised sometimes when shit like gets a life of its own. So like, yo, man, I mean, I'm 100% grateful that you're like wanting to even fuck around and do this. Even if this recording can't be used or whatever, man, like when you were talking about having a schedule like that, I love that shit because it's like, hey, man, I mean, I might get hit by a bus at some point, so I just want to have shit out there, So that's like a part of it too.
Yeah, Yeah, it gets weird because the schedule changes with the seasons too. Just because you gotta basically whenever it starts to get dark, all the chickens go to bed on their own, and then you've got to go lock them in and make sure that 'cause I built individual homes for all the birds have little homes that they live in. All the hens live together. The roosters live in separate homes, separate from each other, because they would try to kill each other. So, but you got to go out, make sure everybody's in their house, close the door, make sure it's locked, nothing's inside with them, and that's when it starts to get dark. And then after it gets dark, go out and feed the goats and make sure that they can get into their house and feed the cats before it starts to get too dark. The outside cats, everything's on a schedule. 7 o'clock is feeding time for all the cats and dogs. 5:30, 6 o'clock, you go out, put everybody away. Around 5 o'clock, you go out and feed everybody their nighttime meals. Because that's another thing I learned is that birds stay warm when it's freezing out. If they have a full crop, when they eat and it fills up their little pouch thing, and then they just sort of digest it through the night, helps them stay warm. And then the goats are ruminant animals, so as long as their stomach's processing something there, it creates warmth inside of them. So there's just a ton of shit to learn and a bunch of shit to, you got to feed everybody on a schedule and shit.
You should do another podcast that's like Rice's farm noises or whatever, and it's just like you don't even speak. It's just like the noises that go on, around. Just have mics set up everywhere.
Yeah, like even on like you were talking about on Instagram, I'll be filming the goats or something, but you hear like the roosters crowing in the background every time.
Yeah.
Because there's just always noise here. Always the goats yelling, the geese freaking out, the roosters crowing, the hens wandering around making noise. Yeah. It's a noisy place sometimes.
Yeah, I can imagine. We have like an hour on drugs on that I intend to use for the next 420 episode. But it's funny though, because you prompted me to say something about ask me about my first time smoking weed, but you didn't tell the story at the time. But yeah.
Oh God, man! The first time I smoked weed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I had vaped weed and I had done edibles. But the first time that I smoked weed, I was working at and you live in Denver. I know they're there. Sheba Hut.
Yep.
Yeah. I was working at Sheba Hut. And the owner came to Las Vegas for like a grand opening celebration for the store or whatever. And I wasn't working, but I went down to help set up for it and stuff. And I sat around and talked shop with him for a long time about running restaurants and owning restaurants and all that. And it was, but he's a super nice dude. And then we were getting ready to do the event. And he just whips out a blunt. Mm-hmm. And he's like, here, light this. And I'm like, this is my boss. I have to do this. I don't have an option. but I've never smoked weed before.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so the first time I actually lit up and smoked weed, physically smoking weed with fire, with, you know.
Yeah. It was
like,
forced upon
it
you
was
by a
fucking
peer,
luck
that kind of thing.
by my pop. And he was like this. And I was like, oh, okay. So I was just sort of like, I think it was just assumed that I was, I don't know. So I just did it and did my best not to choke on actually smoking for the first time.
Right. Yeah, you were like, I've heard this shit isn't deadly, so why not? You know.
But not expecting to be smoking that night because I didn't have any on me, and I didn't know I would just be handed weed and been like, light this up. I had been drinking as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I very quickly was crossfaded, terribly so, between starting to smoke this blunt that was just getting passed around and just like everybody getting high as fuck. And I just sort of felt compelled to do it because my boss was the one that was like, let's do this, you know?
Mm-hmm.
The owner, you know? And not like forcing me to do it, but it was just sort of I don't know. Like it's a different kind of peer pressure, I guess, but still peer pressure. So
yeah, but it's kind of like
peer
peer pressure is kind of something we put on ourselves, you know. Really, at the end of the day,
it is.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I wasn't honestly that interested in smoking weed, you know, and I kind of thought I would never be into it. And yeah, it was kind of a similar thing. I mean, I didn't feel forced or anything, but it was just like, you know, I was hanging out at the dorms at UMBC, which is, you know, a state college in Maryland. And then, yeah, so we're going to watch Ace Ventura movies. And, you know, everybody was into smoking weed. And I don't know if I was not into drinking or that just wasn't kind of the vibe where I was at, but everybody was into smoking, and I got past a bong, and I never really smoked a bong, and I kind of like failed at it a bit, you know, but then like my buddy just kind of like guided me through it. And I remember he was like I inhaled as much as I could, and he said, use your second lungs. And then like as I had inhaled all the way, and then I just tried to do that. Like I just tried to inhale more. And then I was stoned, yeah. And Ace Ventura was pretty fucking funny. So but yeah, good times. And I was probably like pretty old at this point that this happened. Was probably like 22-ish or something. So I don't know. I know you probably, I don't know if you had a younger childhood experience smoking, or this was, yeah, you were probably a bit older as well, huh?
No, that was it. That was my first time, and I was at least in my 40s.
Ah, that's cool. Yeah.
But I mean, well, I drank when I was really young, like, because we grew up in the middle of nowhere in Tennessee. So I was drinking when I was like 13, probably, until I was like 16 or 17. And then I stopped, and I didn't drink again until I was 30, 31, somewhere around in there. So I spent the entirety of my late teens and 20s just not drinking, not doing anything. I was totally straight. And then I started drinking again, and then I did ecstasy. You know what? I take it back, because I did ecstasy when I was 27 or 28, somewhere around in there. So I wasn't completely straight for all that time. Just I did ecstasy, and it was fucking awesome. But yeah, and then I just didn't really do anything. I just didn't do anything until I started drinking, probably around 30, 31. But then I just didn't. I don't know, man. I think I had a bad idea of what weed did to people, or how it made people act, from some of the people that I had seen smoking weed.
Right.
generally kind of the hippie types that just went full like they would smoke weed like maybe they were just getting too high, but
Right.
I mean seriously they just seemed kind of brain dead almost from the amount of weed they were smoking. And so my assumption was this is what weed does. But,
Yeah.
No, when I finally smoked weed for the first time, tried weed for the first time. I think I vaped it for the first time. And it was pretty fucking awesome. And then I got into edibles for a while. And I vaped. I vaped a lot for a while. I did a lot of vaping weed. And then eventually I was cornered into smoking weed legitimately, like, fire, actual smoke being involved.
Combustible tobacco or combustible weed, is the way I differentiate from vaping is different. So.
Yeah, and that was because if you're not used to breathing in smoke, it seems pretty fucking foreign.
Yeah. Weed is tough, man. Like, even tobacco goes down easier the first time than weed. Yeah, weed hurts the first time.
Yeah, but I had to hold it together because,
Yeah.
it's in front of the guy that owned the company I worked for and all the other kids that smoked the pot. And
so instead you're like, let's order a pizza.
Yeah, but I fucking was lost that night. But like I said, I'd already been drinking a lot.
Yeah.
Because I assumed that's the route I was going that night, and then I didn't have any weed on me, and then someone was like, "Here, light this," and I was like, "Oh, well, I guess I have to."
And then
Which
he was
really
like,
means
"This is PCP,
I wasn't that
motherfucker."
opposed to it. Obviously.
Yeah, well, I mean, I did have the same impression of cannabis because, like, my brother was 5 years older than me, and he got into it, and it was kind of like obvious because, I mean, you could smell it on somebody. I mean, that's one thing. Weed smokers think they're getting away with it, but they're not. And then, it's funny because, like, he got me into Nine Inch Nails, Rage Against the Machine, Korn, like all this kind of like rock music and whatever. And then, after he got into weed, see, this is probably not even that connected, but to me it seemed like this. But it just seemed like he got into more like Bob Marley and like Tool and kind of like different slower music, which nowadays I'm like, good, cool, whatever. Helps you hear different things in different ways, But at the time I'm kind of like, man, my brother used to be like so cool and hardcore, and now he's like a fucking hippie, just like you were saying. And, he had white people dreadlocks, no shame. I like Bob Marley, no shame at all. But also, it's just kind of like, it does make me wonder, it's like, what does it do to somebody? But, I don't know. I mean, it could only really be good, especially if you have like an artistic or like musical inclination. Nobody's ever said like, I used to love making art, but then I smoked weed and I could no longer, like, it just doesn't, it's not going to like limit you in that way. So otherwise, I mean, there's like slight health concerns and like, yeah, maybe you don't want to have a good time or giggle or something, but that seems like more your damage, but yeah, I don't know. I used to look at it more like I'm like keeping my mind pure or something by not doing drugs or alcohol at a certain point. But yeah, I don't know, man. Life is pretty fucking long and there's a lot of hours in the day and you gotta fill that shit up somehow. So that's part of it too.
Yeah, I don't know. I think sort of the thing, it's an issue I've had with alcohol as well, where sometimes I'll have a drink and I'm like, I don't feel this. So I'll have another one. And I'm like, yeah, I don't feel this. So I'll have another one. And then I'm like, okay, maybe a little. I'll have another. And then I'm like, oh God, I'm fucking hammered. Because it all hits, finally at once. Because I'm impatient and I expect instant gratification I don't know if that's ADD or what, but and I had that issue with weed occasionally where I'd smoke a little bit and I'd be like, I don't feel this. And then I'd like do an edible and be like, yeah, I still don't feel it.
Yeah. Takes a
Fucking
little.
smoke some more. And then it would all hit me at once and I'd be like, oh my God, what?
Yeah. No, it's also pretty.
But I knew that when I panicked after I just after I had smoked that much, after I can just between the edibles and vaping that much weed, I was fucking high as fuck when it finally hit. But I just knew because the panic was the weird thing. I don't know if you've ever had that. But there was a story about the cop that smoked weed that he swiped as evidence or whatever. And then he called the cops and said, I'm dying. I smoked too much pot and I'm dying. Like a cop called the cops on himself. And then ended up having to cop to stealing evidence to smoke. Because he thought he was dying because he smoked too much pot. But yeah, so I mean, I it's weird. I mean, I got that panic for a second, but I was still able to rationalize with myself, like, hey man, just lay down, go to sleep, and everything's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
And I did. I just fucking laid down, went to sleep, because yeah, not hard after you're high, and woke up in a couple hours and I was great. So yeah, weed is fucking awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I've had probably my first time doing edibles. I had a bit of a scare too because, like, I mean, I hadn't at that point tripped on anything, or I'd probably done caffeine and alcohol, and that's it. So, yeah, when I first did, these are homemade brownies, so you really can't account for the THC in there or other constituents. Yeah. And yeah, I did the classic. I ate one and not feeling it after 50 minutes. Yeah, edibles could take up to 2 hours. I mean, for me, it's like an hour and a half, possibly, but yeah, they take a while. Either way, you don't know that, whatever. You're just trying to get high. And then, yeah, I mean, after eating 2 brownies, it was like if I was like looking at my computer, I'm like, okay, cool, I'm here. And then, like, if I turn my head, it's like I could be anywhere in the world, in my room. Like, I don't know. Like, this could be an office building. Like, I had to, like, re-ascertain my surroundings, like, everywhere I went, And I'm like, this is my own apartment that I've been living in, but I'm, like, trying to find the bathroom, and it's, like, difficult. Like, checking, like, every corner door. Like, it's just insane. And then, like... Yeah, either way, like I managed to use the bathroom, and then like eventually I'm like, okay, I'm gonna read. That'll calm me down. This is my first time ever really this fucked up on weed, and I'm like, I'm gonna read, and it's just impossible. I mean, I could read a book, whatever, but like it's just a word at a time. I cannot even string together like a phrase or a sentence or anything. It's just like dark. Like it just doesn't add up, and then I'm like, fuck. And then like you're talking about like with the fear, I kind of thought like, did I fuck myself up forever somehow, which is completely insane, like of weed brownies. Yeah. But yeah, you just think that for a while. You're like, or how long will this go, or whatever. You just think it could be like an eternity, or it feels like an eternity. And then like, yeah, of course you will. You just gotta, especially when you consume something like weed or mushrooms. You just have to leave a little mental note for yourself that you haven't done anything harmful, like physically, that could kill you. So, it's all in your head if you're feeling that way. But, yeah, drugs could be scary in a fun way, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a hallucinogen. I get that, but when I got the super high that one time, I just remember seeing sort of radiating rainbows. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's like a normal thing, but like everything seemed to be like radiating rainbow colors off of it, almost as an outline. And I was like, oh God, I am way too high. it just sort of freaked me out. And I was like, I just need to lay down and go to sleep. I'll be all right.
Yeah. Uh, yeah, it could happen. Like really crazy visuals can happen from weed, especially, yeah, if it's like an occasional thing for the person taking it. As in, like, if I'm taking edibles every day, then yeah, I'm not getting visuals. But so yeah,
Yeah.
it's not really the same like a psychedelic, but I don't know. I mean, it can really surprise you with how like trippy it can be. And definitely, I've taken a lot of edibles at concerts, and that shit could be really far out. Because yeah, it's just like, I mean, as far as like the sense of time could just be totally distorted, and that reminds me of like psychedelics because yeah, I mean, like if I'm at a concert on a lot of edibles, it could be like, I'm listening to this song, I'm jamming out to it, and I'm like, has this been on for like 40 minutes? Like, you really don't know. You're just kind of like really in the zone with it. And so that could be fun. I mean, especially like I said, with music and art to like really lose yourself in the like trance of it all or whatever. So, yeah, weed's pretty cool. I actually honestly haven't had a lot of the paranoia that people talk about. Like I said, like if you take too much for sure, but yeah, I'm pretty lucky in that regard, I think.
Well, I mean, it only happened to me once where I was just like, oh my God, I am way too high. And then I was kind of freaked out, and then everything was sort of a radiating rainbow. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, it seemed like rainbows were radiating off of everything that I
Yeah.
was looking at.
So yeah, I haven't actually, honestly, like haven't had too many rainbows in my like trips, but also I've heard this could happen with LSD for sure. Like you could have trails that are rainbows, like when you're moving your hand or anything you're watching moving. And then also peyote, I think, can also is like known for rainbow shit. So like it's definitely in the realm, even off weed, like it's in the realm of psychedelia or whatever. So you're not alone, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, so I was just like, just take a nap, go to sleep. But that, like, as far as shrooms, that was like my favorite aspect of it was, just the sort of the time, how it just sort of seemed to, I don't know, man. Time didn't really exist at that point on shrooms. You're just sort of like, has it been 40 minutes or has it been 3 hours? Who cares? Yeah. Whatever. I'm having a good time. But I did enjoy the fact that it seemed to take a really, really, really long time for time to pass.
Yeah. Man, oh man. I mean, mushrooms are really great that way. If you keep your usage to not very, very much, it will always do that. Yeah, it's like the trip takes 6 hours, but it feels like mentally it could have been 18 or 24 hours, even when it's over. Like, yeah, and that's really sweet. And it's like a cool way to like use time in a weird way too, because you're like, yeah, I could just watch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia for 6 hours, or I could eat these mushrooms and go on a carpet ride or whatever. So yeah, yeah, they're pretty good that way. Although, like I said, like just with any drug, these effects kind of diminish over time. Like, yeah, if I were to take mushrooms now, it might hit pretty hard like that. But if you have some kind of regimen where you're taking microdoses or you're taking like every other week or every month, that effect is kind of very much diminished, and it's kind of more of a you can function on it high kind of feeling. But either way, like mushrooms, I don't think they could do much harm. Also, like they can't really be addictive because of the way the tolerance works, because it's like, I think for the next 2 days or 3 or 4 days after you take mushrooms, they're just not going to work. They like work almost half as much. So like if you take like an eighth today and you take like a quarter tomorrow, which is twice as much, like you might get the same effect, but otherwise it's just like, it's a diminishing return kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I had a lot of friends that did acid, and that was sort of they would get up to, taking 5 strips at a time, and then they'd be like, I'm just going to quit for a day or two so I can go back to doing, just a hit or two at a time to get an effect.
Right.
But they always took breaks.
Yeah, it's kind of with acid. It's funny because I always heard don't do it every week or weekend, but I did, and like I would get an effect even off one or two hits doing that. But it's hard to really like ascertain. Yeah, maybe I would have gotten more out of it by doing it less often. But either way, it seemed reasonable and fun at the time, and like in tune with my environment and whatever. And then like yeah, I mean, I only had like a couple experiences. Really, one I can remember, like trying to trip multiple days in a row on LSD, and it's almost impossible. It's weird. Like, what you do is okay. So yeah, you like I was saying, you take twice as much, but like okay, so I have a great trip hit or 2 hit trip. Sorry, and then like the next day, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take 4. But really what happens with that is like you get the same like upness, like you're gonna be up and awake and like kind of tripping, but it's not gonna be like yesterday, and it'll probably be a lot more like dysphoric and kind of weird. And this is why people will just be like suddenly like I'm done with acid or whatever, because yeah, you can't really like use it that much and that often and like heavily. Cause yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it's like it'll keep you tweaked, but like you're not really like having a great time anymore. But I mean, it's not. Most people can't get addicted in that kind of way, like cocaine or something. But yeah, it's pretty weird stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the dudes I knew were taking it every day.
Yeah,
But like I said, it would be like a 3 or 4 days of like every day, and then they'd be like, I gotta quit so I can go back to taking a normal amount. And they'd give it a couple days and come back.
right.
But
Yeah.
I mean, it would get to the point where they were having to take 5 or 6 hits at once just to like have, a normal reaction to it. But I mean, honestly, alcohol is kind of the same. I mean, if you drink every day, you can drink a lot more than somebody who just drinks once a month or once a week or whatever.
Oh yeah, and that's an interesting aspect to this whole conversation is I'm a drinker, and at the time I was drinking a lot of liquor when I was into LSD, and these are drinking buddies. Maybe the doctors don't agree, kids, so consult with your physician. But yeah, I mean, like if you take any LSD, like even just one hit or half a hit, and then proceed to drink, like you will not pass out or crash out. Yeah, you will be able to drink any amount you want. Like you will drink what you used to drink plus any amount, and you'll still be like cogent in talking to people. And yeah, it's pretty wild. Of course, all the shit will wear off at once, but LSD can last like 12 hours as far as keeping you awake. It's actually kind of a downside for a lot of reasons, but yeah, like if you were to like day and night drink, like if you take acid, you'll be able to like really hang. But yeah, like I said, it all comes back around at some point. But I've had a lot of good times doing both. So
Yeah, the only 2 I've done together was the weed and the booze. But man, I was just fucking lost between the 2.
yeah, crossfaded is. I mean, I've been there. I enjoy it, but I mean, especially when you're new to it, it is. I mean, I remember like one time I just smoked weed with that dude in North Carolina, and it just hit me like a ton of bricks for whatever reason. And yeah, I mean, it was like I was tripping on shrooms without the like visuals or whatever. But yeah, like and I think I had been drinking that day. Who knows? Drinking all the time back then. So yeah, sometimes the shit comes together in a wacky, wonderful way.
Oh yeah. But it's still a good time, always.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I want to. What's hilarious to me is salvia divinorum. Maybe you've heard of smoking salvia, but it's supposed to make you like trip nuts. But it only lasts like 20 minutes or 6 minutes or whatever people say. And
Oh.
So it's sort of DMT like, but they say it's like ugly step cousin or something. So it's like a darker kind of thing. Either way, like this shit used to get around in head shops basically because it was de facto legal, and then Colorado has actually made it illegal in their haste to like they made it illegal at the same time as like K2 and synthetic cannabis and shit like that. So like to them it was just like not real weed stuff, you know. But like salvia is its own drug and it's pretty fucking weird. And I want to try it, but yeah, I don't know. Most people don't have good things to say about it, but it's kind of interesting to me. But it's also crazy. Like I'm in a place where weed and mushrooms are legal, but that's illegal to me.
So it's the forbidden fruit.
Yeah, and it's just a plant that grows, to be clear. It's not anything synthetic or anything.
Yeah.
I was pretty like surprised to learn that like, okay, so obviously we know about like indentured servitude and whatever, but like, yeah, I mean that plus everything, it's like people are still living kind of not free even after the Emancipation Proclamation. You know what I mean? Plus the fact that you know if you're convicted of a crime, you could be used for labor. You know, so that's not really freedom either. But
Yeah, well, I mean, they wrote that into the amendment, like, unless you're in prison. Like, it applies to, what is it, free labor? I forget exactly how it's worded. But in the 13th Amendment, where free labor is eliminated, but it does specifically say, it makes an exception for prison in the fucking amendment. Like it's mind blowing to me that they wrote that in there.
yeah,
That they're like, yeah, no free labor. Oh, unless you're in prison, that's different. That's okay. Like, no, man, what the fuck?
I mean, the only real excuse you can make for them is a time of war and that kind of thing. But like, yeah, I mean, the fact that has haunted us for 200 years since or whatever is insane. Like, I mean, I think at the very least, if your freedom is taken away, nobody can like call on you to do something. I mean, like I know like prisoners want to do shit, in like a low, like whatever rehabilitation type of situation. But I mean, yeah, like if you're a terrorist or a fucking serial killer or some shit like that. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I have mixed feelings. I guess it's kind of like, I don't mind if that guy makes my license plate, but,
Well, I mean, I had a friend that did time, and while he was in prison, they got paid, I want to say 70 cents a day to do whatever job they did. And then he was told, they all were told, you can go fight forest fires. It was in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
You can go fight wildfires, and we'll give you danger pay, so you'll make twice as much as you normally make. So there were motherfuckers out there risking their lives fighting forest fires for $1.40 a day.
I was about to do the math. $1.40, yeah.
It was better than being in prison, so they would do it. And he was talking about it. He's like, yeah, we go out there and fight fires because we make twice as much, but also because we're not here. We're out there. It's better not being in prison at the time.
Right.
It was wild to me that they're using people to fight forest fires and paying them $1.40 a day. But the thing, I'm pretty sure the way it works is that they pay the prison for the labor, and then the prison gives, like they pay like, oh, if the prisoners put in 40 hours of labor, we'll pay you for 40 hours of labor at this rate. But then they pay 40 hours of labor to those prisoners at $1.40 a day. So really, they're making a profit off of putting these people out there to work.
Right, of course.
And really, that having a profit motive as an incentive to keep prisons like full is fucking insane. Like that's one of the things that just blows my mind regularly is that the whole profit incentive, like profit motive, to keep prisons full. Like it's business, and you can't, because if we emptied out the prisons, and if you made things, if you decriminalize things, you make things legal, and you whatever, fuck, dude, drugs. I swear, prison lobby has to be behind the fact that drugs have not been legalized.
Yeah.
Federally. I mean, especially weed, because holy shit, like, think of the amount of people that get locked up for drug charges.
I mean, legalize it. I mean, whatever you're talking about, to me, I say legalize it. So,
All the Trumpies that were, like, talking about him getting arrested for the bank bullshit where he was defrauding banks, and it was like, there's no victim. There's no victim here, so there's no crime. And I was like, somebody lighting a joint in their fucking living room, there's no victim, but it's still a crime.
right.
So if you want to talk about victimless crime, let's talk about victimless crime, but you're not okay with all victimless crime. You're picking and choosing.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if you're anybody that supported him doing that and saying there was no victim, so it's no crime, they should also be saying legalize drugs, because there is no fucking victim there. People choose to do drugs, they do drugs. Plain and simple.
Oh, yeah. I mean, regardless of anything, I'm like an anti-prohibitionist. I mean, I don't think you can regulate people's behavior or control it to any real extent. I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, you can't, like, give your hand to somebody choosing heroin and pull them away. So it's like, okay, so what can laws do? I mean, punish people. And then, like, what do you think? I mean, like, people that do drugs will think the state is against me and I'm a fucking rebel, so I'm gonna keep doing drugs. So, like, it's like this, like, fucking, like, self-fulfilling prophecy kind of thing. And,
yeah, well, beyond that, it's been illegal forever, but it hasn't stopped people from doing drugs.
right.
It obviously is not the deterrent. It's not.
No, I mean, I think, like, it's not to say that drugs are good, because they're not, and definitely not all of them, but it's just like, it's human nature. I mean, it's just like every society you could look at in the past, present, future, there's some drug use, whether, at the very least ceremonial for this reason or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
And so, like, yeah, I mean, and then you just got to look at the harm potential of different drugs, and there's just so much sensationalism about every drug, literally. I mean, weed, cocaine, opiates, that it's like we can't really get the truth, because it's just like there's drug warriors that say all this shit will fucking kill you tomorrow, and then there's people using it that say it's fine. And then there's also overdoses and fucking all the hell that drugs bring. But, yeah, it's just like, I mean, to me, it's just like everything else in life that you do, there's risks and whatever. I mean, you drive a car, you could fucking die. So drugs are similar, and it's just a matter of, like, education. And, unfortunately, like, there's people that think, like, we could have a drug-free society. And it's just like, it's never happened. It's never existed. Why do you think it could happen? Like, you know what I mean? Like, people are going to do whatever the fuck they're going to do,
I had that argument with someone recently where they were talking about making drugs illegal, and I was like, are you not familiar with prohibition?
Right.
But the amount of drinking went up when it was made illegal. Like, violent crime, like, flourished from making booze illegal. And dude, violent crime would plummet. The amount of, drug crime would be non-existent if drugs were legal. All drugs.
Mm-hmm.
Just make them legal. Tell them. Like, and I understand there's problems with some drugs, whatever, but tax the shit out of them. If people need help, they can get help from the money that we make off the taxes for them. Plus, then they're all regulated more.
Yeah.
It's just there's no reason to have illegal drugs. There's none, because all it does is create a black market and crime.
Yeah, I mean, there's no example we could point to where they're like, we made this drug illegal, and then nobody ever did that drug again. It just doesn't happen. So like, I mean, alcohol prohibition is a great thing to point to, and it's crazy because like, you know, like weed users specifically, but other drug users are quick to throw alcohol under the bus and be like, you know, like how much worse it is, so that their shit should be legal. But it's like, actually, with alcohol prohibition, you have an example of how this shit could never work. Like, yeah, I mean, we all know what is bad about alcohol. We know what's bad, but like, we just also have the knowledge and the history to know that like you can't keep this shit illegal, and like people are gonna do it regardless. And yeah, I mean, all the like fucking criminal element is insane, like around any drug that's illegal. So yeah, I mean, I think legalize it all and just education for the masses, even though maybe education's been made illegal under the current administration.
Yeah, well, legitimate education about it. I mean, there's so much scare tactic bullshit behind it. But I mean, it's hard to try to explain to people like, yeah, heroin, you could have a good time, but it could also really fuck you up, and you know, it can end your life. It could be, I don't know.
Yeah.
But just that people are aware of the effects of drugs to some degree, at least. You know.
Right.
And,
I mean, also, it's all of that. It's the good and the bad. You know what I mean? Like, it's not so black and white. You know, like people just want to make it like that, but it's just. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like you could point to anybody that had like a particular relationship with a particular drug, and like maybe they turned out fine, you know. But I mean, like that doesn't mean we don't believe in the dangers that they have or anything like that.
Well, I mean, people get addicted to booze. People end up drinking and driving, killing people. People die of cirrhosis of the liver. People die of just being fucking drunk. I mean, but somehow it's justifiable. They say it's mind-boggling because it's. I mean, people do coke and die. People smoke weed and have a good time. I don't think anybody's ever died smoking weed. I can't picture it. Maybe
No, I mean,
suppose it's possible, but
they have been, you know, like pretty annoying or lame or whatever. But yeah, I mean, weed doesn't have too many dangers. Okay. So this is something I don't want to forget. Yo.
Wow. Sorry, I just went completely silent on this side, like no noise at all. I was like, wait, did my call just cut out?
Oh yeah, sorry. Also, I've been drinking, and you know, I think I say that I don't slur my words, which probably isn't true. But when I was listening back to the recordings, I was like, I definitely take a long time between like responses if I'm been hitting it.
Oh yeah, no, I'm the same.
It slows reaction
same
time, kids.
Same reaction, common, for basic.
Me and Adam were talking about on one of our conversations, like if we could make like pharmaceutical labels, but for like illegal drugs, you know, so or like just like illicit drugs or whatever. So it would be like, you know, like a container of like ketamine for me, and it would be like sniff this shit, you know. You won't be able to sleep for 6 hours, you know. Take 2 and Kobe in the morning, however it goes. But yeah, but like pretend drug labels for the drugs we've done,
which would be fun.
It's kind of like lol drugs or whatever.
the lol drugs. I mean, other people were doing lol cats at the time, but you know, we had higher aspirations.
Yeah, and I'm just honestly trying to be the next Cheech and Chong or Harold and Kumar or some more cool like drinking duo kind of thing.
Yeah, it was weird. I was thinking about the fact that like, even when I never had smoked weed, I still loved stoner movies.
Yeah.
Cheech and Chong, Harold and Kumar, all that, like everything. I love stoner movies. I love stoner metal. Like, I don't know. Like, it just seems to me that, like, I should have always known that I was meant to smoke weed at some point.
Yeah. Well, this used to like, it's talking about early impressions are funny because it's like, I remember in high school, people would be like, yeah, they just assume I smoke weed, or be like, yeah, you smoke weed, or you look like a stoner, or you're going to be a stoner. Like, they just say all kinds of shit like that. And yeah, my brother probably had something to do with their reputation, but also, I mean, I think it's just the connection to art and creativity. And it's kind of sad to think about this, but it is true for some people that they are like squares until they like get into this shit. But I think for people like me and you, it's like we're already thinking outside the box. You know what I mean? Like if we never smoked weed or drank or whatever, it's like it's not like it taught us anything we didn't already know. It's just kind of like, yeah, it's just part of like the tapestry of life. But like for other people, it's like it could totally change their perspective and outlook and whatever the fuck. So.
Well, I think that's been a big thing that people have always said to me was like, it changed my perspective. It changed my outlook. It, you know, whatever. And, I mean, I guess to some degree, I guess, but I mean, I don't feel like drinking or weed really changed my perspective at all.
Right.
And even, I mean, mushrooms maybe. But mushrooms to me I don't think it really changes your perspective. I think it's just some sort of weird, like, hard reset. I don't know how else to describe it.
Great
it's
way
like
to put it, yeah.
It's like a reboot.
Yep.
And it's nice. It's fucking awesome. But I still, you know, that's shrooms probably my favorite, but I still don't think it really changed my outlook, my opinions, my reality, whatever you want to call it. It just sort of, it helps me to reboot and come back.
Yeah.
You know, a little better. Like defragging a hard drive.
Yeah, definitely.
It's old school shit. I don't know if people will remember that, but I don't know if that still happens. Maybe you still need defrag hard drives. I don't really fuck with computers anymore, but
yeah, I think they'll still get the vibe. Yeah. No, I mean,
it's not changed anything. It just sort of rearranged.
Yeah, the reset button. I mean, that's how I refer to it a lot of the time. I mean, tripping in general, but. I mean, mushrooms are great for it. I mean, the first time it's like you're like a new person or something. And then like, yeah, if you do it more or whatever, then it's kind of like, yeah, it's just a reset. And just, to me, it's like emotionally resetting in a way that, I mean, I'm not surprised they're talking about using it in therapeutic settings and that kind of thing. And it has been used that way because, yeah, I mean, it just kind of like brings it all out and like lets you kind of like, put it back into place, like you're saying, like, yeah, you just kind of get rearranged where it's like different and yeah, but it's not like, yeah, you haven't lost anything. It's just kind of like, yeah, in a different place.
Yeah, but I also didn't really feel like it changed my perspective. I just feel like it's sort of, well, I guess to some degree it would be changing your perspective. I don't know how to describe it. It didn't change my entire outlook,
right?
I would say.
I was going to
just sort of how I was looking at things at the time. Again, all the same information is there, all the same beliefs are still there. It's just maybe some of the unnecessary shit is taken out.
Right.
Yeah, like a psychological dump kind of thing, and also like I was trying to think of like what drug I would credit for like changing perspective or personality, and so like for me, like I mean, it's weird because alcohol did make me a more sociable person, which is like hard to believe because like I'm very introverted now, but like before I ever drank, it was like why would I do that? Why would I go there? Who cares? I don't know. I just wasn't into like meeting people or anything. And so like maybe I could have been a cool hermit. But yeah, I think it brought me out of my shell a little bit. And then yeah, I mean LSD was more like it kind of just like hammered home what I was already working on or trying to make real, which was like art is everything. I mean, like that's what I do on LSD is listen to every album I've ever downloaded or heard and like work on art and like listen to all my music, and it's just like never ending. It's just like you could just feed yourself with like anything artistic or creative, and like you could only come up with good shit from that, in my opinion. I mean, yeah, it could be whack later, remains to be seen, but like it could only get the engine moving. So like, I mean, I used it to work on art, but also it's just like you're just so certain while you're on it that like every musician you've ever like admired is the greatest person that's ever lived, and like you just have such an appreciation for like art in general that like it stays with you too. Like if you stop taking it. And like I said, like I already felt this way, but it just kind of like amplified it in a crazy way.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. I have not taken the LSD yet. I would never discount it. Ever.
Yeah. You could probably do, honestly, mushrooms are really great. I mean, if I only had those, or if I had to pick one, I'd probably go mushrooms because, yeah, it's more of a sort you out kind of thing.
Well, and that's why I've done it. It just felt like there wasn't really, I don't know, more of a natural, whatever that means, but more of a natural thing, I guess.
Yeah, definitely.
But again, whatever natural means.
Yeah, I mean, I was singing the praises of ketamine for like 20 minutes or something on another recording, and that's not natural at all. And LSD, like, I think you could synthesize it from a natural source, but the way it was discovered was not that way, so it's always been synthetic. So, yeah, I don't put a lot of credence into that because it's like, scientifically, it doesn't matter if something could be completely natural and it could be safe. And at the same time, there's poison, so that's something that's natural and could kill you. So, but yeah, I mean.
You can synthesize things that happen in nature anyway, so it's all, I don't know.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty muddled. Also, like, this kind of comes up with, I've never done nitrous oxide. I don't know about you, but.
Only at the dentist.
Right, okay. I mean, that's something.
It was fucking awesome.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's probably, I've never done it, even at the dentist. Not really, like, on purpose, but, like, maybe, like, twice at two different house parties. It was, like, getting passed around, and I don't know, like, something in me was like, don't do it. But, you know, it is similar to, at least so I've read, ketamine, PCP, Robitussin, my favorite drugs. So, yeah, I mean, it could be good, but also I had an ex-roommate who would do this shit all the time and drink Jim Beam. And, you know, this sounds like a good time, but, yeah, this guy was, like, really obnoxious and made it look really bad. I mean, nitrous in particular. So,
Well, nitrous is another one of those where I've met people that did it enough where I just was like, you seem kind of brain dead.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that is the danger, or the supposed danger, and also kind of what I've seen. You know, it does make me think about, like, when we're talking about weed and, like, how I thought that would kind of stupefy you, but I don't really feel that way anymore. But I don't really think, like, nitrous is something like that. Like, I think there's something else going on.
Well, I feel like with nitrous, you could possibly be depriving your brain of oxygen with it.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'm not a scientist, don't get me wrong. And I understand it's nitrous oxide, there's oxygen in it, whatever, but
No, I mean you're totally right. It's like, I mean, if you do it at like a normal recreational level, that's not really a concern. But the way that people actually do get addicted to it and do it where they're going through like cases of these canisters, yeah, no, it is a real concern.
and that's the people I'm talking about. They were buying, like 3 cases of whippets, at
Right.
once. But they just seem kind of like brain damaged on some level.
Yeah, no, I
They're
mean,
not firing
the,
on every cylinder type of, yeah.
the lack of oxygen is a thing, and also like I've heard that or I've read, and I think it's backed up with science and everything, but it could deplete your B12, which like if you take a supplement from the beginning, maybe you'll be all right or whatever. But like, yeah, I mean, people that take it, yeah, it depletes your B12. Plus, they maybe don't take care of themselves, eat, etc., and then like, they could have like paralysis eventually from this shit.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. There's a Vice article about this like a couple years ago. I think it's a couple in Portland or Oregon anyway. But yeah, I mean, they just tell their story about how they got crazy addicted to this shit. And I think at the time of writing, they're like on medication and trying to get, do physical rehab and whatever. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, these are pretty uncommon effects. I don't think like it's much of a danger if you do nitrous occasionally. But yeah, I don't know. And then the other thing I had heard about this was like there's something called the nitrous mafia in the Northeast around New York and whatever. And like, I mean, they pretty much just go to like Fish and like Bella Fleck and just other like jam bandy shows and sell nitrous for like $5, $10 a balloon or whatever. But they're a so-called mafia because like they don't allow other people to do this. There's like instances of violence just like in other drug trades. It's pretty fucking wild to read about.
Yeah.
And also like it's semi-legal to have like if you have like a giant like dentist tank of nitrous, it's like not, you can't go to jail for that long, but you're not supposed to do that. You know what I mean? It's one of those things. So people kind of get by this way where it's like not, I mean, it is legal, but yeah, you shouldn't really be getting it without being administered it. So.
Yeah, but I mean, it's one of those things too that's, it's kind of easy to come by. So I feel like outlawing it would be difficult.
Right.
I mean, how do you tell somebody like you had a tank of this, so you're, you have to go to jail, but somebody could go get canisters of this for making whipped cream and it wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah.
So it's kind of...
That's actually exactly what's tough. Well, okay, so nitrous is at least like what I would say is like a clean drug or like with like a history of use going back like a few hundred years where we can look at the effects and that kind of thing. People are also into huffing fucking gasoline and spray paint and shit, and that's not even the same shit because it's like you're just inhaling noxious chemicals that make you sick and calling that a high or whatever. So like
that shit does fuck you up though. I'm sure of it. I had a friend Danny that did that shit in high school, and he came back. What was it, like 10th grade year maybe? And man, he was just gone. Like he really had. It's like, you say his name, Danny, huh? Like he just, man,
yeah,
it really affected me.
Yeah, no, it's fucking wild. So yeah, I mean, like huffing is like yeah, don't fuck around with that shit. I mean, to me, it's not even really drugs. I mean, I see how like people do it or try it or whatever, but yeah, it's kind of, yeah, it's different than I would say nitrous addiction. But yeah, I don't know. That was just kind of the like finer point I was trying to make. But like, I mean. Yeah, I mean, I guess there is... Okay, yeah, so it's talking about legal use versus non-legal use, It's kind of like people huff computer duster and shit like that, too. And it's like most people just use that shit to clean out their keyboards. So, there's like no reason to make it illegal. And it's kind of the same thing with nitrous, like you're saying, like there's like industrial and like kitchen uses for it. So it's kind of insane like to make it illegal or try to like restrict it. So
Actually, isn't I think Jameson or not Jameson? Why did I say Jameson? Because it's Irish. Shit. Guinness, I think, is actually run off nitrous.
oh yeah, they have that when you get the can.
CO2, like a lot of beer. You have to have nitrous setups for some beers. So
yeah, so like
Yeah.
it comes into play like commercially and whatever. So yeah, so huff that nitrous. That's what I'm saying, kids. Do the whippets and get all high and shit and lose feeling in your legs and yeah, it's a good time.
have fun with it.
I
End
mean-
up paralyzed.
I mean, who am I to tell you fuckers what to do? You know, like I tried, but yeah, you got the info. You know, good luck out there.
You can listen to us or you can be cool. Make your choice.
Yeah, I mean, my advice is to never do any drug until you really will enjoy it. I think that's part of this conversation is, wait
yeah.
until you're going to really understand and dig it and then do it. Because a lot of people just do a bunch of drugs when they're like fucking teenagers and then they're addicted to oxys or some stupid shit and that's their life, you know? But yeah, just be mindful, I guess.
You know, but that was another thing. Like, I would never suggest opiates to anyone. It's just not a good idea overall.
Yes.
But holy fuck, codeine? I'm sorry, man. Codeine's pretty amazing. But, dude, again, it's kind of like when I said, like, I did ecstasy once, I won't do it again. It was awesome, but I won't do it again. And it's for the reason that I don't want to end up doing it all the fucking time. Codeine was the same. Codeine was fucking awesome. Don't want to do it again. Don't want to do it all the time.
Yeah, it's
But
cool.
yeah,
It's cool to
It
just
was, and the thing was, it was just, I was legitimately sick. And they had prescribed me like a codeine cough syrup. But
you were on lean.
A, I didn't, huh?
You were on lean.
Yeah, well, I didn't,
You mixed that shit up with some Sprite and some Jolly Ranchers. You got a purple drink.
well, yeah, but, well, I was homeless at the time. I didn't have a spoon. I didn't, I wasn't
yeah.
really measuring how much of what I was taking of the codeine syrup, or I didn't have a watch at the time because I was homeless. I didn't give a fuck.
Right.
Yeah, so I mean, I ended up taking way too much cough syrup, way too soon. And yeah, but I will say, it was awesome.
Mhm.
It was an awesome excursion, on the codeine. Well, I had it, but again, it's not something I would suggest because I enjoyed it so much.
Right.
Really, is what it is.
I
I'd
mean-
be like, this is something I could see people getting stuck on.
I mean,
So I wouldn't suggest.
that's how DJ Screw and Kurt Cobain, made all that great music. So, I mean, opiates. I don't know. It's kind of like everything we've been talking about, where it's like save it for when you really need it, kind of thing. Yeah, you don't want to be like doing that shit all the time because that's a different animal. But yeah, I mean, if you get, I think the people in AA and like so-called recovery call it like a free high or like a something, a free lapse. That's it. So like, yeah, if like the doctors give you some opiates or whatever, then enjoy the ride. Don't be like, I've broken my oath to be sober or some dumb shit. So, yeah, like And also, yeah, I mean, codeine's pretty famous. Yeah, like I said, for slowing time down and making things fun. And but yeah, I mean, opiates are bad news, and also they're good news. When you happen to be on them. So careful out there.
Yeah. I mean, I had a good time, but again, it's one of those things where I could see it going sideways if you enjoyed it too much.
For sure, and I can understand like how people do end up on that pipeline or whatever where they're injured, especially if you have like a serious like broken bones, like sports injuries and that kind of thing, and then you end up on pills to rehab from that, and then can't get off them because yeah, I've never actually been addicted, I believe, to opiates, but yeah, it happens to people, and that's the other thing that kind of makes me stay away is like if I am so susceptible to alcohol and dissociative addiction or whatever, and I'm gonna love other downers too. Yeah. So
well, I mean, it makes sense too that if when you take these drugs is when you don't feel pain, then you sort of seek that feeling all the time of not feeling pain, of feeling okay. So I think really the idea of taking them as indicated could also lead to an addiction, of course, because even taking them as indicated, you would be like, oh, I don't feel pain now. Your brain's wired like that. It's like Pavlov's dog. It's the whole right. This helps me feel okay. I take these, I feel okay. I take these, I feel okay. You just sort of fall into that. I take these, I feel good. It's, And like I said, that's even taking them as indicated.
Right. Yeah, no, I think that's like kind of where we went wrong with opiates. I don't know, it's sort of like we've always known this is like one of the oldest painkillers in the books of any, society.
Oh, yeah.
Is opiates. So it's like the shit works for pain, and like many people will attest to that. But yeah, I mean it's just like it's a question after that question mark over whether you kind of just say that was nice and move on, and that's what like a normal person does. But I guess for other people, like it just hooks them in that way where they need it more, and like I can relate because with alcohol, it's like kind of the same thing. Like I think like a normal person's sane reaction to getting fucked up would be like, man, I felt like fucking sick and weird, and I wouldn't do that every day or whatever. But to me, it's like a light bulb went off in my head where I'm like, I'm doing this forevermore. Like, I don't know. Like, it's just something takes over and you're like, this is it, So, like, I don't know. Addiction's really crazy that way, like, as far as, like, what can or can't hook you. Because it's like, even when I was talking about tobacco so much, it's like, I was addicted, but I always knew it wasn't, like I wasn't going to end up that way. Even so, like, I was just like, it still kind of grossed me out even while I was doing it, So it's strange that way. But yeah, I'm going to switch to nitrous and salvia or whatever and see where that gets me.
Experiment, kids. That's the point here. Experiment.
Yeah, there's too many drugs to try.
What you want to do.
Don't just do the drugs your friends are doing. Do new and strange drugs you've never heard about how they work or anything like that, and just see what's up.
Hey, stay new and exciting.
And then comment on the New Low News Show video and let us know how it went.
Tell us your thoughts. What's your cocktail?
You guys into meth, or do you prefer Adderall or cocaine, or?
Oh, man, Adderall would just make me normal now.
Did you take it when you were a kid?
No. I say that Well, I mean, like we were watching some video earlier, my wife and I, somebody that had ADHD. And she was like, God, this is just like you. And I was like, yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Like, whatever. Like, it's not that she hates it. It's fine. But it was just kind of the comment like, this is like you. And I'm like, yeah, I know. It's ADHD. This is what I deal with. Like, this is what you deal with.
I mean, I can't tell the difference, so I don't know if that means I do have it or whatever, but yeah, maybe I'm good at dealing with ADD people or something, but yeah, I mean, I'd say I'm more of like an anxiety, possibly OCD-ish type of person, but yeah.
Wait, are you saying that we're all fucked up?
Yeah, and you know, we all actually need to find our drug to cope. So you just gotta find one and run with it now. But
find your cocktail, mix it up, and make your day better.
Shit, what were we talking about though? I had something.
Opiates?
I wish I had some of those. Let's see.
I probably do somewhere. They prescribe those endlessly. It's insane.
I know where I'm at. Okay, so psychological stuff. So okay, so they've just introduced this drug called Auvelity to the market, and it is Wellbutrin mixed with DXM, dextromethorphan. Robitussin, if you kids are following along, and it's funny because it's a very small amount of DXM and like kind of a normal dose of this antidepressant Wellbutrin. But see, to me, this proves two things, which is that DXM will like solve America's healthcare crisis. And two, I mean, they knew that there was something good in the Robitussin all along. You know what I mean? Because while I was taking this shit, I'm like, I'm a weird druggie. I don't have access to more interesting illegal drugs, so I'm doing this. But the truth is that like DXM has something to it. This like dissociative antidepressant, whatever you want to call it. I think it does release some serotonin on its own. But yeah, I mean, so they're mixing this shit with Wellbutrin, and I don't know what to think about it because I've read about people's experiences on Reddit taking this, and like some people really say it does help them with depression. Some more power to them, and a lot of like the negatives that I've heard is that the people felt like they were tripping nuts all of a sudden out of nowhere, and to me that sounds like a plus, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So should I get on this happy drug, which I've never taken an antidepressant before, but it contains DXM, and maybe, you know, that would kind of be a weird thing for me to do. Or I could just take DXM recreationally on its own. But yeah, regardless.
Yeah, either way you might get the same effects.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, though, that this is, like, in the pharmacopoeia, right? You know what I mean? Like, I could convince a doctor I have depression and probably get this drug, so.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And whoever's taking this drug might enjoy Robitussin by Kingpin Kobe. You listen to the song.
Enjoy it, guys. Get it while you can.
But yeah, I mean, psych meds are interesting. Like, have you ever been on any, like, SSRIs or, like, Xanax or any shit?
No. And honestly, like, I feel like part of that is just me, avoiding them, even if they've been offered. Anything that just sort of, and I don't know, man. That's one of those things where, like, I've been pretty obstinate and possibly out of line. Just the idea that, like, I've always said I don't want something that would change my personality.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, I get that. I mean, that's kind of, yeah, that's sort of my objection that I could think of too. But I mean,
I mean,
people that take this stuff will tell you that doesn't happen. But yeah, I mean, that is kind of my concern is that I would like become a different person or like end up different from taking it.
yeah, yeah, and that was sort of my issue. Was just like I don't want it to seem like I don't want to become something different than I am. Even if, yeah, I don't know, man. It's the whole idea of like people take drugs to become more normal or more socially acceptable or whatever the issue is. I mean, if you have, I think it's the idea that if whatever is affecting you is causing you to become like suicidal or something of that nature where it's self-destructive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if it's not because if how something is affecting you isn't making you more self-destructive, then I don't really understand taking drugs for it.
Right. Yeah. No, I totally
Like
get it.
even with ADD, like I'm like I don't feel like it's and you know, and I could be wrong. I could have sort of self-destructive habits from having ADD. It's just something I haven't realized, but I think unless I see the self-destruction, I couldn't see myself taking a drug for it. If that makes sense.
Oh, definitely makes sense to me. And because like, there's like a story that comes to mind with this, which is my friend's dad told me this story about like he just woke up one day and like throughout the day he just was becoming more and more agitated and like he just started thinking about like violent shit and like he just wanted to like hurt somebody and like he just marched his ass to the mental hospital basically. It was like, you know, and he was pretty much like, you know, he said like at the counter, according to him, you know, like I've never met you before, but like I want to like hurt you, so like I need help, you know. So like, yeah, I mean, basically they like restrain this dude and you know whatever Thorazine, I guess like some tranquilizer to start, and then they kind of like cool you out on something. But hey, man, I mean, like who knows what the fuck happened? But I mean, definitely if you want to hurt anybody, you have to seek help, and I mean, especially yourself, or you know, I mean, you know, and so that's kind of what I think about it, and that's why I don't own a gun or anything, because I don't know how precarious my mental health is. But regardless, it's like if I was like planning on suicide, I would have to seek help, you know, just like I would hope anybody that I know would do that. So it's like, yeah, it's kind of a matter of like taking care of yourself, and I kind of wonder like, okay, like I could take an antidepressant. I don't think it would do me much harm, but it's also like, am I really depressed? I mean, it's just kind of like, yeah, life sucks and shit sucks, but it's just like, compared to, I mean, some people can't get out of bed without being medicated. You know what I mean? Like, so like, am I them? Not really. So like, yeah, it's just sort of like catching my reality where it is. Like, I don't know. Like, it's strange because it's like, maybe I could benefit, especially from some like anti-anxiety drugs. But like when I look into it, it's kind of similar to illegal shit that I'm into. And maybe like the illegal shit, like alcohol. I mean, that is legal, but like alcohol, ketamine, whatever I'm taking for anxiety is like worse, quote unquote. But it's just like up to the believer. I don't know, or the user. But
I agree with that wholly.
yeah,
Like, if you feel like what you're doing is working for you, in that respect, I don't understand why you would take something else or feel the need to take something else.
right. And yeah, I mean, there's people that would like swear like I would be dead without like some medication, and like yeah, more power to them. Like definitely, you know. So I'm kind of like I'm like not above that if it came to it, But yeah, it just seems like I've like gotten on pretty well. I mean, I'm not, like I said, I'm not psychotic day to day, and that's fucking huge.
Yeah.
So, some people are, I suppose. And yeah, I mean, I don't actually believe that taking any like psychiatric shit would like dull my edge or anything, but yeah, it's just kind of like why. I mean, I'm just trying to experience life, even if it is like tough sometimes or whatever. Like if you can cope, like just do it that way. But also I don't make a lot of distinction between like all these psychiatric drugs and illegal drugs. Like, I mean, like if you find something that works for you and yeah, it's not harming anybody else or whatever, that's your shit, so,
Yeah.
it's kind of like that old like shit I would post that was like, it's from Modern Drunkard magazine, but yeah, it's like a dude drinking a beer and he's like, keep your prescriptions or whatever. I'm writing my own prescription. So yeah, it's kind of like, it is like that. I mean, if you can drink beer and you're happy with that, then that's like pretty low risk versus, like a combination SSRI, anxiety medication, etc.
Yeah, no, I agree with that totally.
But, your mileage may vary, kids. So don't drink just because Uncle Rice and Aunt Kobe told you to. You know what I mean?
But again, I think it's whatever feels right at the time for you. But just sort of know. I don't know. Yeah. It's like when I did ecstasy, and I was like, dude, this is fucking awesome. But I also recognized afterwards, probably don't do this again because you enjoyed it so much. It will become
right,
incredibly habitual.
Rice would be an E-tard right now if he had done that.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be talking to you. I'd be sitting somewhere with a pacifier in my mouth.
Oh man, I hate the fucking pacifier and infantile shit.
Hey, fucking stroking the arm of the dude sitting next to me. Oh my god, your arm hair feels awesome.
Oh fuck, man. I don't know if I told you like much of my ecstasy / Molly story. I mean, but to put it briefly, like the whole like touchy feely thing didn't really appeal to me. Even when I was on it for the first time in a pretty heavy dose, I was just kind of like, yeah, you can rub my shoulders, man, and that's cool. But it's just like I don't actually care, This is while I was on the drug. And so I might be, schizotypal or whatever. But yeah, either way, like, when I did finally get into the effects of the drug, I mostly used it as like, kind of like trippy Adderall or something. Cause it does like, you could work on music on it and whatever. So yeah, when I would get MDMA capsules, I would just work on music and yeah, that was fun. By myself, with nobody else around. So that's my ecstasy experience.
Yeah. Well, the only time I did it, I was with the girl I was seeing at the time. It was a lot of fun. But when people ask me to describe it, all I can say was it felt like melting.
Yeah.
I really didn't know how else to describe it. It's basically that you're melting. So you sort of become part of everything around you without that. I don't know, man. That just sounds too weird, but that's really how it felt to me.
No, it's
It just sort of felt like it's not a solid object. I was just sort of melting and becoming part of everything around me.
Yeah, the LSD kids call it boundary dissolving, and that's exactly it. I mean, like the simplest one is like you're lying on a couch, but like you become the couch cushions and the cushions are you, and you're like just kind of, you are the couch, but you're so, yeah. So, I mean, that is happening all around you to another extent when you're on ecstasy, which is pretty fucking sweet and definitely fun for a concert, no doubt. I mean, I would do it whatever concert I'm going to next. So,
Yeah, a lot of fun, but again, it was one of those things where I was like, I could see this becoming a habit, so I'm not going to keep doing it.
yeah, and that's probably good. There is actually, this rumor used to go around that like ecstasy would like fry your brain or eat it up or whatever that means, and like that doesn't really seem to be the case. It's kind of like more of a concern if you're like raving day after day because you live in like Spain or something where you could do that, and like you never stop taking ecstasy but you never sleep also. So yeah, I mean that's really when you should worry about that. But yeah, if you take it recreationally, even often, like I would say even if you take it once a week and you're getting like normal sleep and whatever, I think you're fine. But don't listen to Dr. Kobe's advice, or do. It's up to you.
I concur, doctor. I believe that's the line. Shit, it was Leonardo DiCaprio, I think. Can't think of the name of the movie. Was it Catch Me If You Can?
That's a good
Where
one.
he pretends to be like all these different types of professions.
Yeah.
One of them being an actor. I concur. That was what he had learned from TV. Wow. I concur.
Yeah, it's a pretty good movie, I believe. I concur.
I concur. Good movie.
Yeah, man. Might get off the line soon. But yeah, I'm having fun. But yeah, I'm just kind of drunk rambling right now.
Yeah, no, I get it. Wait, so who's the beast of the week?
Oh shit. Okay, so
Beast of the week.
I have one. Or do you? I do have one though.
But hit me.
Okay.
Beast of the beast of the beast of the week. Beast of the beast of the beast of the week. Beast of the beast of the beast of the week.
I can't remember where it came up in the conversation prior. Oh, I think we were talking about like kind of like genuine southernness versus like trying to be a quote unquote redneck, for show. And I was thinking about this dude Mojo Nixon that passed, who I think you know more than me about this dude, but like I listened to this cat after he died, and I was like duly impressed. So yeah.
Yeah, he was legit. I like Mojo a lot, and yeah, but he did an album with Jello Biafra.
Yeah.
From the Dead Kennedys. I don't know if you've heard that album.
No, I probably should though.
He was in a band. Well, it was Mojo Nixon and the Toad Lickers, but it's liquor, like you drink in a bottle, liquor, Toad Liquor.
Yeah.
The Mojo Nixon and the Toad Lickers with Jello Biafra, and oh man, it's got some serious bangers on it. But one of my favorites is "Let's Go Burn Old Nashville Down." But when he says country music's killing itself, trying to be what it ain't. Doris as big as Manilow, Greenwood is a saint. So it's just there's a line in the song where he says any fool can wear a hat and not move when they play. I don't know. It was like a legit takedown of modern and current country music, and I always appreciated the shit out of that. But he was saying that we need to go burn Nashville down to save the country, to save legitimate country music.
Yeah, dude. I got a lot of love for I mean, Mojo Nixon is awesome, and I got to listen to that album for sure. But yeah, I got a lot of love for Jello Biafra too, because it's like Yo, I mean, my homies, when I was growing up, tried to put me on fucking Dead Kennedys, and I was like, I don't know, punk, whatever, I'm more into hip-hop and techno and being gay or whatever I was into. And so then I got into, I mean, I love. I mean, actually, when you showed me Jello Biafra's spoken word album, and then I looped it in to delete fucking everything. But either way, I mean, like, damn, dude, this dude's got some good shit. You know, like I love like sports broadcast will continue as usual. I just love the random like sports fan hate, and then like I mean he's just a cool anti-capitalist motherfucker, and I mean the story of his band is weird, and you could probably give me some more insight on that. But either way, I mean like Dead Kennedys are pretty sweet.
But yeah, well, and I think that they were kind of they weren't so much part of the punk crowd that was like very much just like self-destruct, like I don't know. They were well thought. They they were educated people.
Right.
There was a line in the song where he says, "Will the metalheads finally learn something? Will the punks throw away their education?" And I was always like, "Yeah, that's fucking. It's a legit question, I guess." But I mean, there were also metal bands that were pretty fucking political as well later. But I don't know. Beside the point, I suppose. But yeah, no, I mean, Nazi punks, fuck off. Come on. California Uber Alles, both versions.
Man, fucking, I mean, that's really, that's actually what I'm talking about. It's like, that particular song has kind of pulled me back in. But I did 100% appreciate this dude when I was sampling him too. Just because it was just like so, I don't know, I guess like left wing, but like not kind of like anti-consumerist, anti-capitalist. I think I inhabit at that realm, and you do too. So yeah, it's just like, yeah, what's it all worth?
A song called "Chicken Shit Conformists," and that lays it all out. And I think that was probably on their last album, but he's talking about your chicken shit conformists like your parents. Like, even though some of you were saying you're punks or you're whatever, but yeah.
Yeah, that's
He's
good.
got so many good lines in it. Like there's a line he says, "Unity is bullshit if it's under someone's fat boot." And I'm like, fuck yeah, dude. You can't force people to be united. That's not, I don't know. A lot of really good like quips from that song that I really liked, but it's sort of about the music scene and how people are so concerned with like certain aspects of it. Harder core than now for a year or two, but then it's time to get a real job. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I just love the like intellect with writing too. Where like you're still thinking about these lines. Like. But yeah, I mean that's kind of like what I ran into at Mojo Nixon too, because I'm just checking him out after he passed. But like, I love this song "Burn Down the Malls."
Yeah.
And he's just like, he's killing it, dude.
Yeah. Such good. But like some of his songs are just goofy as shit, but they're like legitimately good songs. Like Debbie Gibson's "Pregnant with My Two-Headed Love Child." It's a great song, but it's ridiculous as fuck. But it's a great song.
Yeah, I mean, even like, I know this is like, I don't know, it's kind of like, it blurs the lines. I mean, this is like a lot of artists I like for sure, but, between like comedy or whatever. But like, yeah, I love like fucking Elvis is Everywhere or whatever. And he's just talking about like the presence of Elvis. And it's funny because it's like, it's a little bit before my time, but I still understand, because it's like, I've run into people, even in 2010s, 2020s. Like, I remember going into this dispensary and, like, delivering product. And, this chick, I mean, the office, she's, like, in her, I don't know, 50s, 60s. But she's got Elvis everywhere, and it's just like, what? Why? But yeah, I mean, so that song like touched on that, plus just like what? Yeah, I don't know. It's just like it cracked me up in general.
Yeah. He had a lot of really good stuff. Like Mojo Nixon, if people don't know him, they should absolutely check him out.
Yeah, and this is
And
also
a lot.
it comes into play with the New Low, because the New Low news show has a segment called Beast of the Week, and Mojo Nixon could and should and will be this week's Beast of the Week.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I don't think, I mean, does he have bad shit? I don't think he has shit where he's talking about whack shit, right? So it's probably pretty good.
Not that I can think. I can't really think of anything that I heard from him where I'm like, that's just. He's got some songs that are pretty fucking out there. Like, but I don't think any of it was like meant to be shitty. But I mean, he also said some wild shit. Like he just stuff that was racy, I guess, spicy shit, but not like racist bull, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, like, when I hear somebody's, like, whatever, controversial outsider artist, whatever you want to call it, then I look into what they said, and I'm usually like, cool. I'm, like, really, like, offended or whatever, so, I mean, that was kind of my experience with Mojo Nixon, so.
He called Rick Astley a panty waist. Some people might think that's offensive, I don't know.
I mean, it's probably because his music was very artificial, electronic, inauthentic sounding. I understand, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't mean that guy is a panty waist, whatever that means, but, yeah, I understand.
Yeah, I mean, I get some people get upset about stuff like that, and to me, I was just like, it's a joke and it's trash talk. Like, I don't think,
Yeah,
I don't
sure.
take it seriously, but I mean, he wrote so much weird shit that it was hard to take everything he said seriously. Yeah. Well, it's funny, like, what you were talking about with the political beliefs and some being called one thing when they're possibly like an anarchist.
Right.
Penn Jillette
Mhm.
Came to mind because people were referring to him as a libertarian. Yeah, I guess he referred to himself as a libertarian. And I was always kind of like, I don't know, man, because libertarians to me always seem like Republican light.
Right.
If that makes sense. But what he said was, I'm more of an anarchist. If you want no government, then smaller government is the next best option. Libertarian was really just the closest thing to that. And I was like, that's fair.
Yeah.
And I met him, and he's actually a really nice dude. He used to come in a place where I served coffee. He's a really nice guy.
Damn,
So
I didn't know you had had personal contact with Penn Jillette, but yeah, dude, I'm 100% on the same page. Like, I think this dude's great.
Oh, yeah. Well, he used to come in to a coffee shop I worked at in Vegas all the time. For a while, pretty regularly. I'd see him every 2 weeks or so. But he would always say, decaf, yes, it does matter. Which I thought was funny. So I'm assuming he probably has, like, high blood pressure or something. But
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean,
But it was always. It will never not be funny to me that he always said the same thing. Decaf, yes, it does matter.
no, it is funny because also he's like a famously straight edge or sober dude, whatever you want to call it. So I don't think he's necessarily anti-caffeine, but yeah, I mean, like, at least for that particular cup of coffee, he's like, nah.
Yeah, but he was always a super nice dude. Super approachable, super nice, never talked down to us, never got shitty. Nice dude, legit.
No, that's fucking sweet,
But
dude.
it was that same idea. It was the whole idea that, like, people were like, oh, he's a libertarian. Fuck that guy.
Right.
But when I read an interview with him, and he was like, I'm actually more of an anarchist, but libertarian is the closest thing to heading in that direction as, less government as opposed to no government. So that's where I go. I was like, that makes perfect sense. Yeah. Beast of the week. Sorry.
Oh no, dude, I'm totally on board. Like, I was actually like kind of daydreaming about Penn Jillette being a beast too, because like he's also living, and dude, I mean, I think this dude's great. I mean, like, I love Penn Jillette and Penn and Teller's magic when I was a kid, and like, I just like the aspect of like, we're gonna show you the trick, but then we're going to show you how it's done. It seems simple, but it's like not all magicians were doing that back then. And so I thought that was cool. And then like bullshit, there's like a couple, the TV show on Showtime, there's like a couple blind spots. But if you haven't seen this show, kids and adults, I mean, this shit is really good because it's just like the skeptical look on everything kind of thing. And yeah, I mean, I just thought this dude was the bomb. And, it kind of did throw me for a loop, the whole libertarian thing. But also, since, like, COVID happened and all that, like, I've kept up with him. And he's pretty much, like, the whole, like, rugged individualism, every man for himself thing. He's like, yeah, I don't believe in that anymore. Like, since I've seen, kind of what happened with a global pandemic. So, like, I respect that, too, that he's, like, kind of switching shit up. I'm happy though that over the last few decades, I would say, I mean, definitely since I've been, living and whatever, like, we have gone more to decrim. I mean, when I was growing up, I was like, weed will never be legal. I mean, that's how I thought of it, and I didn't do it just because it was like difficult. Like, I just didn't want to like meet some dickhead in the Costco parking lot to buy like, shitty Maryland weed or whatever. So like, I never really smoked it till it was legal or got into it. And, but yeah, I mean, we have gone further with things like, I mean, here in Colorado, they were actually just figuring this out. Like, they decriminalized mushrooms like 2 or 3 years ago, which is great because it just means that, if I'm caught with mushrooms, I won't be, taken to the slammer or whatever. But there is no infrastructure or like dispensaries or that kind of thing. So, like, just recently they were talking about they're going to open up healing centers or like what do they call them, like clinics or something. So like they're basically like medicalizing it, even though it's decriminalized and not like considered a medical thing. Like and it's just kind of hilarious to me because it's like yeah, I mean, maybe these things have medical benefits for somebody. I mean, like if you have PTSD and you think mushrooms treats that, yeah, that is your medicine. But it's like, we always have, and we did the same thing with weed, like it was medical first before recreational. So it's like, we have to convince people these things have positive effects in their medicine before anyone will like, kind of like decriminalize or legalize. But I mean, the truth is these things are kind of like neutral. I mean, to me, in my opinion, these things are kind of like neutral agents. They're not for everybody, but it's just like they shouldn't be illegal. So, I mean, like, decriminalizing is great, but it just cracks me up because it's like, in my mind, I should just be able to, like, go to 7-Eleven and there's just, like, psilocybin mushrooms next to the, like, Twizzlers or whatever, and then, like, I just fucking buy it. But instead, I'm going to have to go to a quote-unquote doctor or therapist or whatever and be like, yeah, I need mushrooms because they're really fucking good or whatever. And then they write me, whatever they do, write me a prescription or prescribe them. and then I get them. It doesn't make any difference. It's like we're still going to be able to do mushrooms legally, which is sweet. But yeah, I don't know. There's just like so much baggage with drugs as far as like well, like, we don't want to admit that they're fun. You know what I mean? So that's why it's like, weed, we're going to legalize it for chemo patients, mushrooms for PTSD. But if you want to do this shit just to, like, have fun, then you're a fucking druggie still. Like, we still have that going on. But, yeah.
Well, yeah, it's valid for certain reasons, but invalid for other reasons, which is fucking stupid.
Yeah. And that's why, yeah, legalize everything, etc. But, yeah, bro, probably gonna let you go just because I don't have too much else to offer. But yeah, bro, it's been a good session.
This is the end of the show. Who's the beast of the week?
Ah, fucking A. Yeah, we didn't pick one. Damn. I think we got a couple on last session though, so that'll carry us.
Man, fuck that. Who's the beast of the week?
I was actually gonna say, for the sake of mushrooms, we already did Terrence McKenna though, so we need a better drug rep. Have you ever seen this dude's show on Vice, Hamilton Morris? That's his name. So, shit, I gotta figure out or remember what his show is called. But yeah, he's just a journalist, and he's probably my age or maybe between you and my age, our ages. But yeah, he just like investigates different drugs. Like there's one, there's this like honey that allegedly makes people trip out in like fucking, I think it's Myanmar or somewhere in Southeast Asia. But yeah, like the whole episode is like he goes to where they harvest it, he does it, he reports on it. It's like pretty cool and gonzo.
I think I read this dude's work then. He did something about that weird zombie drug that they grow in South America somewhere.
Yeah, like I think we're talking about the same guy.
Yeah, when you take it, it makes you prone to like suggestion.
Right. Yeah, people use it for robberies and shit.
Like, open your bank account and give me all your money, and they'll do it.
Yeah, it's wild, bro. Yeah, no, that sounds familiar. I think it's on the same show. But yeah, I think it's on Vice or something like that. But
yeah, it's on Vice. I watched it. I'm thinking it's probably the same guy.
Yeah, dude. This dude's cool. I just like his kind of approach. He's not really like biased against any particular drug, and like here's what impressed me. Do you remember the story in Florida about a guy eating another guy's face?
Bath salts.
Right. Okay, so here's the thing, right? Everybody cheers bath salts, but the truth of the story is that they tested this guy's blood after this occurred, and he only tested positive for cannabis. And, they went out of their way to actually test for, like, research chemicals, aka bath salts, and they didn't find anything. Of course, it's still possible that he's on something we couldn't detect, but like more likely it was just mental illness, and who the fuck knows, right? But yeah. So anyway, this dude Hamilton Morris has just kind of like he just followed up with the story, and also it's just like this guy that got his face eaten, he survived. Like he had to have all kinds of surgery and shit, but he's still alive. And it's like, we all just joke about it, like, this guy got his face eaten, bath salts, stimulants, fucking A. But it's like, there's so much more to the story, or there's so much more nuance, So, yeah, I like that kind of shit.
There's a dude who grows hair out of his nose now. I only say that because the guy that tried to kill himself with a shotgun after supposedly a Judas Priest song or some shit. When he shot himself in the face, and they basically cut skin off of his forehead and swung it down to create a nose for him. When he blew his nose off with shotgun, because he was a bad shot. I mean, honestly, it's shotgun. Shouldn't be that hard to off yourself.
Right.
Totally being a dick right now, but whatever. Yeah, and he ended up growing hair from that because they cut it off his forehead and dropped it down, but it was a part of his body that grew hair. It was from beyond the hairline, I guess. But
Huh.
he ended up having to shave his nose all the time.
I had heard
This
about this story as far as like, do you remember the actual song, the Judas Priest song?
Fuck. No, wait, sorry. It may have been Ozzy. Suicide Solution.
Okay, yeah, this is what I'm remembering. But Judas Priest is in the story somehow, but I remember this because, yeah, okay, so this dude survived his suicide attempt. I mean, the other ironic thing about it to me is the song is about alcohol, actually, because suicide solution, like a solution of liquid.
Yeah. It's basically saying if you drink this, you're killing yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't a pro-suicide song, but they tried to sue them over it nonetheless. Because people are dumb.
Right. And I remember, I think nothing came of the lawsuit as far as holding musicians guilty for what they write, but that's insane, bro. I mean, the whole thing. I mean, he survived getting shot in the head by himself, and then sued them. I mean, that what? I mean, I don't know. Probably not thinking clearly, as we could tell, but yeah. I mean, I don't know, dude. I could never blame music for any shit like that. I mean, I could listen to some pretty depressing music, but I don't know. I'm probably more likely to kill myself to like some pop shit. You know what I mean?
But nothing I ever listened to like affected my actions that much. Not in a way that I wouldn't have done otherwise. I guess would be my cut on that. But I mean, there's protest music that you're like, yeah, I get it. Yeah, fuck this shit. But it's because you agree with it. It's, I don't know. Like, it's not, it doesn't change what you feel as much as, like, reflect what you feel.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, some people, I don't know. I think it's always kind of bullshit when people use, like, music or the influence of music as some kind of, like, rationale or excuse. I mean, the other one that comes to mind, obviously, is Charles Manson, you know, who, like, I guess like he took a bunch of acid and like tripped on the Beatles music for, you know, too hard or whatever, or that's what he claims. And then I mean, what Helter Skelter is like a song that has nothing to do with like whatever his fucking cult did. So I don't know. Yeah, I think it's always just kind of like a red herring when people are like, oh well, it must have been this kind of music or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, we're pro music here at the New Low.
Lion motherfuckers.
Sorry, I just wanted to play that.
Oh my god, this is all samples I know. That's from Garden of the Dead, I believe.
You know what? I mean, it makes actually perfect sense that you do recognize these because we cut them in the North Carolina days, I think.
Yeah. They're samples, a lot of them.
Yeah. This one's just random, but... Of course.
That one's important.
I should have dropped the sad horn at like some really inopportune moment.
I'm talking about trauma, and that's what gets people addicted. And you're like, sad trombone.
Exactly.
That's perfect for anything right there. Any moment of something I've said, just crickets.
Nah, dude, I think we're actually pretty good at filling the space up. Although, okay, so yeah, what I'm gonna do this session, I mean, you know, no doubt, even with these two sessions, like there's some like I could make an episode that's good. So Yeah, bro. I mean, I'm fucking psyched about it. I'm glad you're taking the time. And
Oh yeah,
hell yeah,
I enjoy it.
sick.
But I mean, we could put out like a 2-hour episode every time we talk. Even if we cut out you don't want there or dead time or whatever.
There's a lot of time to fill, you know, and my ears are open. So, dude, yeah, I mean, I like that you said that too, because like, obviously I'm gonna cut if we said anything whack or mention specific people's names, but that's really the only thing I'm looking to like cut out of shit. So, as long as the conversation's good and interesting and maybe funny, you know, that's kind of what it's about. So.
Yeah, no, I agree with that wholeheartedly. I mean, we talk about some shit that's just whatever, I'm sure. But I did have a question though. If we could actually just call it the Kingpin and the Captain.
Yeah, we can. I was kind of.
I mean, I was looking up the New Low News Show podcast, trying to find it. And what showed up was the New Low Network.
Right.
And there's somebody else who has a fucking podcast that like. So I was like, it's kind of confusing at some point, but I figured if we called it the Kingpin and the Captain, I don't think anybody's got that yet.
Okay.
I wouldn't assume anyone had that yet. I guess it's possible, but.
I get what you're saying. Okay, so here's the thing. Our show is kind of like fucked by the algorithm of YouTube, unfortunately, because even though we were OGs, I mean, literally like our first episodes in 2006 when YouTube started,
Yeah.
just the phrase "the New Low News Show," what a search engine does is it looks up all those words individually, which doesn't bring it to our show at all, you know, because it looks up news, it looks up the new low. All these things are things said by other people at some point. So it's like, it shows all that shit first, even if our shit has more views. And then, I mean, yeah, the other aspect is like, they hate us because we're cool and we're correct and we've said a lot of shit that's good. We were podcasting through the Bush era and the Obama era and so either way, what I'm saying is like there are some loyal fans that will click on anything I put on the New Low News Show page, so that's cool. One thing we could do possibly is like cross post. So, like, if you, we could start a new, channel or whatever and post it there and on the old one, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess it would be, to me, because I had already thought about that, the fact that it should still be the New Low News Show.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's like the New Low News Show doing business as the Kingpin and the Captain. If
right.
That makes sense.
Yeah, no, I get that. Definitely. Like, it could be in the title, too. Like, this episode is the Kingpin and the Captain, whatever, yeah.
The Kingpin and Captain discuss whatever. Kingpin and Captain.
Yeah, it could even be, like, the next episode title. Who fucking knows? I'm not going to promise anything right now, but, like... yeah, dude. I mean, what I'm telling you though is I'm down with like branding differently and trying to figure out how to promote differently because like it's actually fucking sucks, dude. Like I said, we're like OGs on YouTube. We have hundreds of videos. Some of them have thousands of views. But if I post something tomorrow, it's kind of fucked by like just how things currently work. It's just not going to be seen except too much by subscribers, you know. But I also don't want to lose subscribers or anything like that. But they'll get smarter and they'll learn by listening to the New Low News Show.
Hopefully. But, They're also morons. They're probably not smart enough to find the New Low News show.
Yeah,
So
it is a lot of singular words that YouTube will help us out with an AI search or whatever. But
well, it's monosyllabic words, but it's 4 of them in a row.
mm-hmm.
Or 5.
Yes.
The New Low News show. So I mean, it's
I just
5.
counted.
It's 5 monosyllabic words. That's a lot in a row for any dum-dum to remember.
It's cool though because like my intention is to put out the New Low News show till the bitter end, regardless if anyone listens. Just for the lulz, really.
Well, it's for us, not them. Kind of like bubble tape.
Yes. It's kind of like getting cherry Pez from Canada. It's like, I need this, so y'all come with me, and we're going to get this Pez, and then we're going to live like kings.
Well, like, what was it? Shit. My Girl? Where Macaulay Culkin has the line about the one thing he couldn't do without, maybe? I forget. It's been a long time, but well, that's simple, Chad. Pez, cherry-flavored Pez. No question about it.
I mean, it's good stuff. And then Pez heads have different motherfuckers on there. You know, they got like Kobe and Rice and the guy from Short Circuit and stuff like that, right?
Bloomberg?
There's like an Obama Pez guy and a Trump and
Did you see that shit about Steve Gutenberg during those fires in the Palisades?
I don't think so.
Yeah, Steve Gutenberg was he was out there like helping the first responders during the fire in the Palisades. And there were a whole bunch of cars that people had parked at the bottom, like in the streets, basically, and gone up the hills or whatever. And he was like talking to local news stations that were interviewing him while he was trying to help. And he was like, if you're going to leave your car here, leave your keys inside so we can move your car, because your cars are blocking emergency vehicles from getting through to help people. So don't just abandon your cars here. Leave your keys inside so we can move them if we need to. And then the person from the news station was like, and what's your name? And he was like, Steve Gutenberg. And they were like, oh, Steve Gutenberg. Like, I just thought it was funny. Like, people didn't seem to recognize him, but then later people were like, oh, Steve Gutenberg. Yeah, Steve Gutenberg, some shit. But it's like, what if they, I don't know. Like, I just feel like it's like asking Mark Harmon or someone like that, what's your name? Like, the fact that the world seems to have forgotten Steve Gutenberg, even when he's being a hero and helping first responders during the Palisades fires. He doesn't have to. That's just what he's doing. By choice. And what's your name? Steve Gutenberg. Oh, Steve Gutenberg. I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, no, it is funny when like people aren't recognized that like ought to be, or like you would expect to be recognized. Like, actually, I've heard this dude Tony Hawk gets around, and like people are like, "Hey, you look like this dude Tony Hawk," or like you like they don't quite grasp that he's Tony Hawk, you know, like, so that's part of his shit.
Yeah, because I am Tony Hawk, dumbass. That's funny. Tony Hawk being told he looks like Tony Hawk is some hilarious shit.
But I'm probably gonna let you go. I think we're on 4 hours, which is the longest one yet.
No shit. It's a lot of editing, bro.
Yeah.
Or a long episode. Whatever you feel's, proper. I don't.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, I was thinking about making it to 4 hours and 20 minutes for the 420 mark, but also this doesn't have to be the 420 episode because we mostly talked about animals, but we did talk about drugs too. So it's going well for that. If I wanted to just put this up unedited,
Yeah.
But in that case, we have 10 minutes, no pressure. But we could fill the time just for the sake of it too.
But what do we talk about for that other 10 minutes?
Fuck. This reminds me of on Ren and Stimpy. At the end of the episode, Ren will be like, "So long, until next time," and then Stimpy would be like, "What? We're coming on next week? What do we do till then?" Like, couldn't handle all the time. But yeah, man. I mean, to me, the new low is about talking about animals for 2 hours and then talking about various drugs, but in a critical but positive way. And then Steve Gutenberg was in there. And
we talk about drugs for 2 hours, and then animals for 2 hours, drugs for an hour, and then Steve Gutenberg for an hour.
For an hour.
That's really what it's about.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I don't even know. I mean, I know I've heard his name, but I don't even know who Steve Gutenberg is exactly. So I'm kind of like these news reporters talking to him.
Saying Short Circuit.
Fuck. Was what? Director? Actor?
Actor.
Damn.
Steve Gutenberg. He was the non-Indian character.
Okay. It's been a while.
Or really, maybe saying the non-racist character. I'm not sure.
I see. I gotta watch it again. I mean, I did declare it as a good movie earlier on our recordings, but
I don't know if you're familiar with the Police Academy series.
A little bit.
Also, Steve Gutenberg.
Mm.
Probably what he's most famous for was Police Academy.
I see. Yeah, I think I was more into the Short Circuit 1, 2. Is there a third one? But yeah, I mean,
He's not in Short Circuit 2.
Okay. Yeah, so I watched those when I was a kid, formative years, and then, sampled, rewatched. I could rewatch it again. Like, Short Circuit's good because it deals with AI and robot versus human concerns in a very lighthearted, fun way.
Well, because Johnny Five's alive.
Yeah,
No,
and you're rooting for him because he has like little mechanical eyelashes. It's pretty cool. So yeah.
That is funny, but it's true. Yeah.
But yeah, Steve Gutenberg also good.
If Johnny Five had looked more terrifying, no one would have been fucking rooting for him.
Yeah. Also, have you seen the show called BattleBots?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big
the
fan.
The robots strap each other up and shit.
Yeah, I like it because it's like a team of nerds makes like this little like kill bot or whatever, and then they just fight each other. I mean, it's good fun. I used to watch it on television when it was being broadcast when I was like a teenager, but I even thought like back in those days I was like, I have no mechanical or mathematical knowledge or anything of robotics, but I was like, if I could get on a team with these nerds, like I could tell them exactly how to cut these robots in half, so I used to feel that way about it.
You're an analyst, not a builder. There's a difference.
Yeah, I could commentate this shit all day for sure. But yeah, it's pretty entertaining. I mean, it's not. They call it a sport. I mean, I think like if there's like, I think if it resembles war, you could call it a sport. That's why like chess is a sport or some dumb shit. But yeah,
That's pretty wild. I never thought of that, but yeah, that's pretty correct.
yeah. But it's a game too. I don't know, but yeah, BattleBots is pretty cool. Underrated, if you ask me. If you want to build a BattleBot, just email me and we'll figure it out.
Okay. You guys show up with the plans. We'll show up with telling you like how it should run.
Yeah.
We're the analysts. You're the builder. You're gonna have a fucking hammer and a saw. That's all I'm saying right now.
Yeah, I always liked how like more simple robots could win too, because like there's this one that had like a shovel feature, and it would just like scoop up robots and like throw them in the air, and I just love that because it was like so like fucking simple, but like other people had like saws and all kind, like hammers and all kinds of shit going on. But yeah, so that's fun.
I never thought about that, but the shovel with being able to throw would absolutely be one of the best, like, defenses against anything.
Yeah. And that's why on the street I carry a shovel, so I could just scoop these motherfuckers up.
It really makes sense when you think about it.
But yeah, man, I mean, Beast of the Week. I mean, it's a pretty good 420 choice. I don't know. I mean, there's no real like weed hero. I mean, like Terrence McKenna was more. He's more of a mushrooms guy, but I think he's also been Beast of the Week before, because I'm such a hippie or whatever. But
well, it wouldn't be the 420 because this would come out on like 4/7 or something, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna put it out, we can put it out whenever we want. But I was thinking before we recorded this ep that the 420 ep would be have Mojo Nixon, which I don't actually know his stance on weed, but I thought it would be okay. Because we recorded Beast of the Week for Mojo Nixon and Jillo Biafra, like not really on purpose, but like we talked about them and how cool they were for a long time.
Yeah, I feel like. Yeah, Mojo Nixon did a song called Marijuana.
There we go.
Marijuana. Yeah, it was down with the weed.
Sick. Yeah, I kind of figured, because he's a white dude from the South who made music, that he was into weed. But yeah, man, Mojo Nixon, Beast of the Week. Like I said, we got other material on him. Although it's 4:18 right now, so we got about 2 minutes. But
how are we gonna kill 2 minutes?
I mean, like I'm personally holding a hammer in my hands, just for fun. It's cool to feel destructive. So,
but it's 2 minutes, man.
Yeah.
We gotta fill 2 whole minutes.
Yeah, I mean there might be like 90 seconds or ish now, or maybe like 97
whole minutes. 2 whole minutes we're trying to fill.
Yeah, I mean
that's wild.
On 420, I mean, there's a lot of origin stories on why 420 is a weed holiday. I think it has to do with Californian high school students getting home around 420. But I think that's just some dog shit they made up, because I got home around like 3 p.m. or something on the East Coast. So it's like, what the fuck are you guys doing in California?
I think it's because Adolf Hitler's birthday is April 20th.
Ah, yeah. I've heard that.
and also the Columbine High School massacre happened on 420. But
Yeah.
that's why
Obvious.
every 420 you should choose to smoke weed and not do a high school massacre or a genocide, in my opinion.
Yeah. I'm with you. We're changing the narrative. We know what you celebrated it for in the past. But it's a new dawn, you sons of bitches.
It's 420. Yes. We made it.
420 means something new now. This year.
It's 2024, 2025. Yeah, that doesn't help. The 2020, the 420 thing.
Or 2024.
Yeah, I'm failing right now.
No, for 2024.
I was going to try to turn 2024 into 420, but it's not 2024, so it doesn't really work. But
Yeah, well, that's true. For 2024 would have sounded good. For 2025 doesn't sound as well. I don't know. It's not going to work this year. We can't do it this year. It's not going to work. For 2025 doesn't sound right.
yeah, it's fucked, man. That's why I'm going to quit weed when it comes around.
Yeah. We're either going back to last year or we got to quit weed, one or the other.
I mean, the numbers are all wrong. Like, how could I?
It's not going to, it's just going to fly anymore. We're done. Everything's been derailed. It's all pointless. So sad. Bingo.
All right, bro. I'm gonna let you go and try to catch some Z's.
Oh, sweet. Did we get the 420 out of it?
Heck yeah. It's 421.51 right now.
Oh my God, we even went over.
Yeah. It's pretty good, man. I haven't talked to somebody on the phone this long since I was talking to a chick who wasn't trying to sleep with me. But yeah, good times.
Welcome to England, motherfucker.
Heck yeah.
I didn't even sing a song to you yet. That's sad.
Yeah, well, I mean, whenever you want. I mean, no rush.
Now, let me try to get my voice back a little more. It's modulating it is really hard now. Weird fact.
Modulating.
Well, changing pitch, going high.
Yeah.
I can go lower. I can't go higher. Yeah, it doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to.
I can do the ooh. But I can't do like it doesn't. Yeah, I think it's just swelling.
Yeah, I mean, I can't sing to begin with, so it's tough.
What's that?
Oh yeah, so I could never sing or like modulate my voice to begin with, so yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I can't do high anymore. It's the swelling, I'm sure, across my vocal cords. And it's weird when I look at my neck now, like that's the specific, it's like I have a huge chunk of swelling like right in the middle of my neck. It's horse shit. Horse shit. But yeah, all right, I'll catch you later. We'll do this next week. Maybe 420, maybe less. Who knows?
Yeah,
we'll work it out.
Sounds sick. We'll figure it out for sure. But yeah, we got the recording for sure, so we're gonna listen to it.
All right. Signing off.
Heck yeah. Heck.
Hex, yes. Hecka.
Hexagon.
Dude. All right. I'll catch you next Monday, 8 o'clock.
Yeah, dude. Let's try to keep it on the cycle.
All right.
All
I'm
right.
in.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah.
All right, dude. Peace.
Safe.